Alrighty, here we are. Let's get this started. So, pretty much what we're going to be up to today, and I might end up giving up and playing some game or another eventually, because honestly, I'm kind of still a bit burnt out, and I was kind of enjoying myself a little bit too much yesterday with the stuff. So, we'll see when we get there. That said, where we will be going with this is I will ultimately remember what I was about to do. Let me just change some here on the Discord side. Help with my non-existent focus. Alright, there we go. Just did also so I can kind of monitor things too. Lets me take a look at stuff. Alright, so just a tad bit so I myself can focus on my thing. Feels good. Alright. Where are we? Where are we? Right now, we've been generating images pretty much nonstop as I'm kind of exploring, experimenting with various options, because so far, although we've created quite a bit of images to use for this ultimate project, kind of trying to generate profile pictures for the Discord server, as well as other uses too, which you'll find out later on, right? As you can see, they kind of still not nonplussed about it. They're still not what we're looking for. And I've been kind of following through various things and various options and trying to play various various methods. And actually right now, and although I'm gonna try a little bit different something else with right now, what I'm finding is that actually you effectively have to the sampler is sampling method is stupid level important. LoRa's are important because they add elements to it and all that, but it's the sampling method that's really defining like some of the issues I'm seeing, or like defining out. And it could be that it's just one of those like I'm getting close, therefore it becomes like degrees and degrees, right? That's possible too. I'm not completely sure, to be honest with you, but hey, it is what it is. Actually, there's something I want to change here. I just realized something might be cool. I'll have to figure that out later. I just totally got just distracted entirely by this one thing I was looking at. Nope, gone. I swear I'll remember what I was about to say in a second here. Interesting. Oh, what the? Trippy. Okay. Let's see. I think that works fine. All right. Oh, can I have some settings somewhere? try and figure out something a little bit more. All right, so where are we at? So I am looking at, as you can see, I broke everything. All right. Yeah, I didn't even realize I broke everything there. Darn it. So I did a little bit of a restructuring offline about like naming conventions of certain things and stuff like that. And so you can see how OSS is very pointedly telling me, by the way, I don't know what this thing is anymore. So if I did modifications on it, it would break things. So let's make that disappear for just a moment. And I'm going to have to reopen and reinitialize all of that side of things. The other thing I forgot to do is doing this rather than doing games. I need to use all 4 monitors because that is how this works. So I'll just need a second to change that too. Since I got the other one set up, right? Cool. Well, that broke everything. Wow. I mean, it could have broken it worse, for sure. I could have broken it way worse, but all right. Drag it back down here. Oh. Drag you back down here. Oh, it's done. Wow. I've gotten this part pretty efficient now. So this is with DPM2M. You take a look at the bottom left there. You can see what we're kind of looking at here. It's kind of making progress. It's a creepy face. And this is with D&D Portraits at 1. So I actually like those better. Although I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it again at 0.08. Not 0.08. 0.8. Excuse me. Or point. Yeah, 0.7. Generate. Let's go. All right. Now while we're fixing our other issues here. Let's go through my list. Oh yeah, these guys. Just working on trying to get the share to be more agreeable, and it just didn't want to play along. But you can look at the shame bar, the green bars. I changed the colors of the terminal there. So this is all for for the generation, so we can see them. I find it neat. Able Diffusion, which didn't break. But Spotify didn't break. Rise. Hello. And unfortunately, it has been very slow going on this particular project. Like very, very slow going on this particular project. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of lost momentum. I was doing so well, and then just like the way that things have panned out, just like completely robbed me of momentum. And it's the sort of thing where it's like, I don't hold myself to be inhuman, as it were, or even like better than, right? Because I am what I am, and I am not better than anyone. But I also expect a certain level of capability from it. Is kind of what I'm saying there. And I know it's bad of me to say it that way, but I expect from myself a certain specific margin and a specific sort of like capabilities, right? A certain set of skills, as it were. And I mean, it's one of those things where, I get people. I mean, in a report, I honestly report of what I've been up to, right? It's like, there's no way you can maintain that. It's true. As we find out this week, it's like I was doing well, and then I just hit a hard wall, and I don't know what finally caught up with me. I mean, I guess it's just momentum runs out, and then it's just down, and I pretty much just more or less have proverbially, see, because I haven't literally collapsed, right, but proverbially collapsed. And in my proverbial collapse, I effectively have gotten forced to, as I've said before, to return to the standard workforce, which on one hand I'm super excited about because the job that's come up is awesome, and and all that in a bag of chips. But it's also not, you know, it's also not, I don't want to say this. It's not what I wanted. You know, and it's not, you know, it's not what I wanted. It's what I wanted was I wanted to be able to make this thing itself on a concerted effort, right? To grow and to grow enough, fast enough that I wouldn't have to, you know, I wouldn't have to go to that, you know, I wouldn't have to fail over to that. And in a manner, honestly, it was kind of expected that it would work out this way. If I'm being honest, just because the impossible processes that were ahead, right? Where things were, where they needed to be, how they could be, sort of thing. It's the awkward truth is that I have to say that I didn't expect to. No, that's not entirely true. I hope that it would. There we go. That's how I want to say it. Is that I expected that it was going to somehow turn out in the way that we wanted it to turn out. But, oh, that was a mistake. Shoot. Shoot. Yep. All right. Shoot. Well, give me a second while I fix the mistake I just made. Let's see, those are okay. Those are okay. Oh, can't believe I just did that. Okay. I can't believe I just did that. Luckily speaking, what I just did, I can pretty easily and quickly change. So, with my error that I just made, what do I want to do here? I just did that. Let's go with the easy hanging that are more important. Okay, that's fixed. Now, luckily for me, and again, much of that stuff that's not relevant. Where is this thing? Oh, they're ready. Let's see if they work better using that at 0.7. Okay, that's kind of gruesome, but alright.
I've cried alone in the darkness and let my tears fall like rain. I have faced my fears and confronted the unknown.
I don't know why it insists on putting stuff in there. Now I'm gonna go without the portrait format on there, and then we'll continue down the line. So, all right. So D2. keep going on it. Actually, let's. Because right now we're focusing more on those guys there. So. Need to check something. Continue working on something in the background. Unfortunately. Okay, so let's see. Did I spot something with this? And sorry, there's something that I have to handle on the back end there. But in the interim, we could just listen to music and see the pictures generate. So and move through that process still. Not quite what I was hoping was going to happen. Sort of very, 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 very true. It's fine, I guess. Oh, that one.
Good morning, sunshine.
Oh, this is a fun one. I like this one. I don't know why, just the good morning, sunshine. It's like, oh. Let's see. That's fixed. That's fixed. That was not a problem to begin with. Right, and then that information's not a problem to begin with, I don't think. And that's not a problem itself. Okay, cool. Now that solves that crisis, hopefully. All right, so where were we? I'm gonna close what I was working on over here. I still didn't quite figure out how to make it to work the way I wanted it to, but that's okay. All right, where is that? There's that. All right, that's our to-do list. Let's take a look at this. So we're still working on these two primarily. And then the image repository, we're kind of mostly done with that, although we'll probably run into a bit there. And then in a little bit, sometime today, I'm going to have to devote the time to explicitly do our 5 for the day. In fact, I should probably knock that out first. In fact, I will knock that out first now that I bring it up. All right, so here we are in our dashboard. Just take a look at our stats quickly. All right, so let's see. Time on page has gone up by a fair percentage. It's always one of those fun things when you first open up a page, you'll see percentages of like 1,000% up. Obviously, it'll lower a bit later on. But so yesterday, which was Monday, so I posted it to get for look-sees. Yeah. Let's see what we're seeing there. Oh, it's interesting that I'm my own topper. Or no, Stellar Dragons is my own topper for. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Cool beans. I'm referring to myself. Well, the tricksy part about that is that so basically we're moving from Stellar Dragon games, but we still have some content that's exclusive on Stellar Dragons. So we're kind of in the process of focusing on 3.5 right now on our build out here. And as you can see, we have all of these guys. Although we need to get to our 5 count for the Dread Necromancer by the end of the week, one way or another. And then we have currently in process, actually, Div has been working out on his stuff there. So he got a bunch in there. He's currently working through content review elements because we had someone very, very kindly bring up to our attention a number of issues. So, and that sort of feedback is always greatly appreciated. Believe it or not, it's one of those no, like that's the live or die. Like if we don't have that feedback, we don't have that. We don't know what's wrong if you don't tell us. And believe it or not, there's a lot wrong that we don't necessarily see that's obvious to other people, or we do see, but it's not been prioritized. Because although we see it, well, prioritization, right, is one of those things. Oh, I see that got moved here. Which means I need to poke somebody about that. All right, let's see. Let's see. Just letting those guys know that things move forward. Darn it. I don't know what I was doing. All right, so we're here again. And we need to do, there we go. That's what we need to do. Goodness gracious me. Goodness gracious, I swear. All right, so we have this. These are the ones that we were working on a few days ago with the generated stat blocks. All right, cool. And so we need to go to the SEO station because here we have our glossaries. And I think I probably missed a day or two when I should do it. I'm gonna honestly put it off a little bit longer because I don't want to do it right now. All right. So let's duplicate this guy. Because then I want this to stay on here. That's my to-do. Right. And then down to here. Pull it over here. Right. Now, click here. Ostensibly, it would be faster to do it a different way, but it's okay. That. All right, so crazy healer builds. Make sure crazy healer builds. Trying to make sure that didn't happen. There we go, fixed. All right. So now, let's see, edit glossary item. That's what we do. Edit the glossary item. Right. Right from the top. Are we dreaming? The answer to that question is no, we're not. All right, and then we will drag you back up here, if it'll let me. Where's my dark mode option? All right. The old man was sitting on a standing stone in the clearing, monitoring the edge of the forest. She's here, said the gynosphinx that was lazily sitting between underneath the. Let's see. Did pretty good on the formatting on this one. I know, old friend, I know. He was slowly puffing at his pipe pensively. Remember that when he found her, previously wounded, it was after a terrifying battle. All these should be italicized. She's here, said the Gynosphinx that was lazily sitting underneath the stone formation. I know, old friend, I know. He was slowly puffing his pipe pensively. He remembered when he found her, grievously wounded in the woods after a terrifying battle. Terrifying. She had waged war. She'd waged war against. She'd waged. She'd war waged? He'd waged. Holy incursor. Incursor. You know what? It's a word now. At last he saw her. At last. He saw her. Sentence fragments. As he saw her. As he saw her. At last he saw her. With two, let's see, at last he saw her. At last? It's a weird one. As he saw her with her two axes at her hips. She was walking lightly, followed by her direwolf companion. Dropping at a respectful distance. There's what she bowed. I have questions. The old man smiled, letting out a smoke ring in the air. And just like the last time, I have answers. Alright, let's read this as a whole thing. The old man was sitting on a standing stone in the clearing, monitoring the edge of the forest. A forest? Why is forest not italics? She's here, said the Gynosphinx. Gynosphinx? Gynosphinx. That was lazily sitting underneath the stone formation. I know, old friend, I know. He was slowly puffing his pipe pensively. I remembered when he found her, grievously wounded in the woods after a terrifying battle. He had waged war against some unholy incursor. At last, he saw her, two axes at her hips. She was walking lightly, followed by her direwolf companion. Stopping at a respectful distance, she bowed. I have questions. The old man smiled, letting out a smoke ring in the air. And just like last time, I have answers. Ruby. Human healer. Heal concert. Studded letter armor. And your holy symbol. Healing in combat is 95% of the time not a viable option, simply because most. Ugh. What the heck happened here, my friend? Healing in combat is 95% of the time. Healing in combat 95% of the time is not a viable option. Most, let's see. Simply as for most healers, healing spells unnecessary. Healing spells don't keep up with incoming damage. As for most healers, healing spells don't keep up with incoming damage. Your healing spells however, far surpass regular healing spells. This allows you to keep up healing damage while you're keep healing Well, your unicorn and androsyncs, depending on level, provide cover and support. This is a very, very strong support build. I'm going to italicize that. It's like what I've seen of it and so on. This is a very, very strong support mirror. Its social skills don't require a saving throw. Let's see. Very, very strong support build. Require a saving throw. Excellent support build. Most of your builds are required a saving throw. You completely forfeit wisdom, for dynamic priest, and charisma. Higher levels, you can use a standard action. Use a standard action, regenerate, and true resurrection without material components once per day. Oops, I broke something. Once per day. Very, very strong support build. Since most of your spells don't require a saving throw, you can completely forfeit wisdom for dynamic priest and charisma. Dynamic priest as well as charisma. At higher levels, you can use a standard action, regenerate, and true resurrection without material components. There's an extra space there. Once per day. This makes this build completely bonkers. Alright. Phenomena. No! I failed at all the things because I actually said it. Well, I'm done now. Alright, so do a quick check, see. Groovy. Alright. So title review, yeah, it's good. Real pass, check synonyms. These should be pretty good as they are. No, they're not. Wow. I thought I had done that. New life. Come. Done. All right. And then this gets moved to the next space. Whee. All right, so that's done. Next. All right. This is the medic. Medic. All right. As the wolf girl left the clearing, the old man let out a sad sigh. A voice came out of nowhere. And the old man let out a sad sigh. Period. He heard a voice. Nowhere. From no. I broke my italics. From nowhere in particular. Are you sure that giving her indications on how to find her was a good idea? You trust her that much? That much? She and her sisters are werewolves. The old man shook his head. You heard a female voice. You heard a woman's voice from nowhere in particular. Because it's one of those things where we're talking about, hearing. Got to get a little bit more details there. Just as much as let's see. Just as much as I trust. No man shook his hand. Just as much as I trust, Just as much as I trust. See. Just as much as I trust, I already told you. Just as much as I trust, I already told you I do not appreciate you spying on my private conversations, young lady. Just as much as I trust. See, I know why he didn't do anything out here, but it's weird because it's like, just as much as I trust that I told you not to spy on my private conversations, young lady. All right, there's a comma at the end. Just as much as I trust, I already told you that I do not trust you, that I do not appreciate you spying on my private conversations, young lady. Sorry, said the beautiful ASMR. ASMR. Anyway, sitting on a unicorn as they both reappeared from being invisible. Let's see. Said the beautiful reason. As she and her unicorn that she was sitting on reappeared. As she and her unicorn that she was sitting on. She and her unicorn. Sorry, said the beautiful ASMR, as she and her unicorn reappeared. Apologies accepted. And as to answer your question, I do not trust her. Or I do trust her. You heard the problems they're facing. I have. What happened there? I have. Don't you think that her fight is our fight too? Asked the young woman. The old man stared at her for a moment. Perhaps. But that is up to her to decide if we were to rise and fight. Not us. Not us. Which is why you gave her directions to see if... Yes. See if this threat is worth considering for us, too. Grace Asimar. Class Healer 8, Combat Medic 5, Contemplative 7, 2 level adjustment buyback. Ability scores, Strength 8, 10, 16, 10, 12, 20. Concentration 4, Heal 8. Religion, Knowledge Religion 13. Non-combatant and feeble. Okay, remember it said that combat healing ain't worth it? Yeah, take that sentence and throw it out the window. Over this build. You not only heal as well as the previous build, but you also give Sanctuary, reflex bonuses, 8 temporary HP, and you have access to Additional spells for fusion. Furthermore, although your companion will remain a unicorn, well, your character did unicorn. New time ability. Yeah, take that sentence and throw it out the window with this build. You not only heal as well as the previous build, but you also give Sanctuary, Reflex bonuses, aid temporary HP, and you have access to additional spells from domains. Furthermore, although your companion will remain a unicorn, it still gives you no ability. Hey, I brought up our readability just by doing my pass. Alright, so this is healer medic build, unrivaled combat support. Alright, title, yes. Editorial readability, yes. Synonyms, checking. So I'm gonna snatch over here and do a little bit of bleeding. Okay, I can't do it that way. Okay. Because although I haven't really done this before, the fact is that there's a reference here. Because the original sources, that all of these were, they're sequential, like the stories themselves are actually sequential. Which leads to some issues with what we're, kind of cutting them out and making them work, right? So, which is fine. I mean, it's one of those. It's fine. It's not a super big deal, right? It just caught my attention. Anyway. All right, so, yeah, where were we? Where I interrupted myself with something that's not a terrible idea. All right, table correction already done. Verify the slug. Yep, cool. All right, and that's that. Next. Sure, update it. All right. As the youngling ranger, youngling? Ah, not the younglings, no! As the young ranger finally got to the location where Gaia's healer was supposed to be, where Gaia's healer was supposed to be, all she was found was a man in a unicorn. What she found was a man in a unicorn. And we're fighting hordes of undead servants. The young ranger finally got to the location location where Gaia's healer was supposed to be. All she found was a man in a unicorn. They were fighting hordes of undead servants. She spewed a curse. She spewed a curse. She was too late. The enemy got here before her. In a moment, she pulled her axis and charged into the fray. Man, using his bow, and the unicorn cleared a path. They might join forces. Voices? I mean, in a manner of speaking. The man using his bow and the unicorn cleared a path that they might join forces. Are you here to see Guyler's healer? Are you here to see Gaia's healer? Please, stranger, help us protect the sacred grove, he shouted at her. On it already. Answered the she-wolf, but she decapitated 2 zombies. Alright, what I gotta reread. As the young ranger finally got to the location where Gaia's healer was supposed to be, all she found was a man and a unicorn. They were fighting hordes of undead servants. She spewed a curse, for she was too late. The enemy got here before her. In a moment, she pulled her axe and charged into the fray. The man, using his bow, and the unicorn cleared a path that they might join forces. Are you here to see Guyler's healer? Please, stranger, help us protect the sacred grove, he shouted at her. On it already. On it, or already on it. Already on it. Already on it already. Already on it. Answered the she-wolf, which decapitated 2 zombies cleanly. Human. Healer 9, Cleric 1. Radiant, Servant of Palor 10. Heal 5. Knowledge Religion 9. Well, you are proficient in all manner of martial weapons. All it means is you can start with a heavy crossbow and switch to a longbow when you get the chance. Still wearing studded armor, though. This is the ultimate healer to heal them all. Empowered, maximized, quicken, cure critical spells without raising their spell levels. Empowered, maximized, quicken, cure critical spells without raising their spell level. Quicken. Alternatively. Cannot spell the word I'm using, but it's technically the word I'm looking for here. Alternatively, quicken mass heal to cast it twice around to heal completely absurd amounts of HP. I feel like that should be capitalized because it's HP capitalized, right? Congrats. You are probably the single best healer in the game. And yes, you still have a friggin' unicorn too. Yeah, and yes, you still have a friggin' unicorn too. It's the ultimate healer to heal them all. Empowered, maximize, quicken, cure critical spells without raising their spell level. Alternatively, quicken mass heal to cast it twice around to heal completely absurd amounts of HP. Congrats, you are probably the single best healer in the game. And yes, you have a friggin' unicorn. Too. Alright, making progress. Making progress. All right, next up. Oh, I gotta check my boxes. Don't I? Biscuit sauce. Not the worst error I've made today, but still an error. Okay. I believe that the yep. All right, and it gets pulled over. Next up. Either Master of Life and Death. Cool. The woman was sitting alone in her tower, deep in the woods, pondering her orb. Sitting alone in her tower, deep in the woods, pondering her orb. Rest. The monkey's head that was sitting on the table next to the orb. Her attention was wrapped attention wrapped. We followed the progress of the huntress. This huntress slowly but surely made tensing. Woman was sitting alone in her tower, deep in the woods, pondering her orb. She caressed the monkey's head that was sitting on the table next to the orb. Her attention was rapt as she followed the progress of the huntress. This huntress, slowly but surely, made her way to Gaia's healer. Who is the greatest healer in the world? Well, at least that's what they say. I don't know if the old woman's actually the guy healer or not. I don't remember, but I'm having fun with the idea. But muse the older woman? Wait, oh man. At least that's what they say. Muse the old woman. No one. At least that's what they say. Muse the old woman to no one in particular. She scratched her chin. What was this one's intention? She was unsure. But if that old man in his clearing gave her directions, it meant he trusted her. But if that old man in his clearing gave her directions, it meant he trusted her. He sighed and leaned back. She was much less trusting than. Press your chin. Use the woman and no one in particular. I don't know if she's an old woman. She just strikes me as like an old woman. It was unclear. So, if that old man in his clearing gave her the directions, now, and he trusted her. At least that's what they say. Mused the old woman in no one particular. She scratched her chin. What was this one's intentions? It was unclear. Though if that old man in his clearing gave her the directions, well, that meant he trusted her. She sighed and leaned back. She was much less trusting than he. At the same time, this hunter slowly but surely made her way to Gaia's healer, who was the greatest healer in the world. At least that's what they say. Used the woman to no one in particular. She scratched her chin. Who is this? What's this one's intention? It was unclear, though if the old man in his clearing gave her the directions, well, that meant he trusted her. She sighed and leaned back. Yeah, she was much less trusting than he. At the same time, though, the leader was more than capable of defending herself. At last, after a moment, she relented. Rising from her seat, relented. Rose from her seat and walked down the stairs. At last, after a moment, she relented. Rose from her seat and walked down the stairs. The young woman was about to knock at her door soon. And she would ask for the same riddle that she did countless of times before. Healer 2 was 1, Mystic Theater 7, Contemplative 7, 1, Dweomer Keeper 9. Ability scores 9, 8, 14, 16, 18, and... 8 and 18. Arcana 8, or skills, Arcana 8, Knowledge, Religion 13, Spellcraft 8. I don't know why he put a slash there. No armor, no weapons either. Don't worry, it's fine. Just your spellbook and your holy symbol will do fine. Goal. I wanted to make this build to demonstrate how completely and utterly absurd you can get with spellcasting here. You can cast level 9 spells for both wizard and healer, making you capable of absolutely wrecking the battlefield with powerful evocations. Let's see. And healer. This makes you capable of absolutely wrecking the battlefield with powerful evocations, all without crippling your healing capabilities. While your heals are slightly behind the other builds, and while you don't have a unicorn companion, you are capable of much more battlefield control and, let's see. While your heals are slightly behind other builds, and while you don't have a unicorn companion, you have much more battlefield control. Also, oops. Let's see. Battlefield, you're all the while, you're extremely flexible in your options. You still gotta feel familiar. Ooh. If you choose, say, a monkey, you can then use wands for the heal. Write that up just for sake of readability. All the while, you're extremely flexible in your options, and you still get a familiar. Who, if you choose, say, a who if you choose choose monkey, you can then use wands to further heal. This and compensates somewhat for that very small gap if you so choose. Alright, let's do our little checkboxes here. My items, title review. Alright, editorial readability pass, add synonyms. Synonyms. Master of life and death, checkmarks. Table correction. Yes, slug correction. I don't see a problem with it, but you don't know. You don't know until you know. Yeah, that's good. All right. Okay. Next up and final for this particular aspect of the series, we go to the Mother Bear. As the three of them, fighting like devils against the seemingly unending horde of undead. Ooh, this is a bad one. Three of them fighting like devils against the seemingly horde. We're finally surrounded. As the three of them, despite fighting like devils against this unending horde of undead, surrounded. Ground began to shake. Oh, I screwed that up. What now? The young woman asked. Question. As if to answer her, roots of the trees rose from the ground. They entangled the zombies. Holding them in place. Meanwhile, I can't spell it. Meanwhile, the skies darkened. Meanwhile, the skies darkened whilst thunder and lightning. I don't know, maybe it's a colloquialism. Whilst thunder boomed across the thunder and lightning, very, very frightening. Thunder and lightning boomed across the valley. Multiple bolts struck the abominations at the same time as this torrential downpour. Torrential downpour flooded the area. Multiple bolts struck the abominations at the same. Multiple bolts struck the abominations as this torrential downpour flooded the area. No need to worry anymore, the old man replied with a sigh of relief. You heard us. The young woman turned to him with confusion. Let's see, I think. As the young woman turned to him in confusion, finally saw. Finally saw. She finally saw what gave him hope. Near the tree lines, a cavalcade of dire bears. A good dozen of them charged the undead army. The horde completely annihilated. And the bears unharmed, raging elements. It was as if Gaia herself rose up to destroy its most holy triggers. Unholy? It took less than a minute, so 10 rounds. Took less than a minute. Took less than a minute. Quiet. He's still quiet. Return to the grove. Return to the grove. Earth swallowed the dark army, and the skies cleared up. The bears all disappeared back into the woods. All but one came to stand in front of the young woman. Welcome, young wolf, said the giant bear with a soft, warm, and welcoming female voice. The young ranger's jaw dropped. I have heard that you were looking for me, so here I am. Alright, let's try it from the top. As the three of them, despite fighting like devils against this unending horde of undead, were finally surrounded, the ground began to shake. What now? The young woman asked. As if to answer her, the roots of trees rose from the ground. They entangled the zombies, holding them in place. Meanwhile, the skies darkened while thunder and lightning boomed across the valley. Multiple bolts struck the abominations as this torrential downpour flooded the area. No need to worry anymore, the old man replied with a sigh of relief. She heard us. She heard us. As the young woman turned to him with confusion, she finally saw what gave him hope. Near the tree line, a cavalcade of dire bears, a good dozen of them, charged the undead army. The horde was completely annihilated, and the bears were unharmed by the raging elements. It was as if Gaia herself rose up to destroy these most unholy intruders. It took less than a minute, still quiet, to return to the grove. Earth swallowed the dark army, and the skies cleared up. The bears all disappeared back into the woods. All but one came to stand in front of the young woman. Welcome, young wolf, said the gigantic bear with a soft, warm, and I see what he's going here, soft, warm. I think there should be a comma there. With a soft, warm, and welcoming female voice. The younger ranger's jaw dropped. I have heard that you were looking for me, so here I am. Just getting it all italicized. Say what you will about what I'm doing here. Can't say that I don't try. Probably too hard. Alright, human or strongheart halfling for first level bonus feat. Healer 5, sentinel of Barai 10, Contemplative 1, Bolt Warden 4. Ability score 6, 10, 16, 10, 10, 18. Skills Arcana, Knowledge Arcana 8, Knowledge Nature 8, Knowledge Religion 13, Spellcraft 8, Survival 4. Flaws Shaky, Pathetic, Strength. Equipment Nothing but your holy symbol. Oh. Alright. Starting at level 7, you can permanently take the form of Dire Bear at will. At will. Eventually, a Dire Bear. Not only are your keels are completely through the roof, but you are a friggin' bear casting spells and commanding nature itself. You can summon a cavalry of Dire Bears. I don't agree with his assessment here, but hey, it's Ghost Word, so. Which is literally the single coolest ability in 3.5 bar none. Oh yeah, and also you can talk, and thus cast spells perfectly fine in your bear form. Because being able to take a bear form at will just wasn't enough. What I'm failing on readability here. Probably length of words. Let's see. Oh, subhead distributions, really? Oh. Let's see. Anyway, more important stuff than that. Just checking my stuffs. Mother Bear. Alright, cool. Title review, editorial pass. Add synonyms, table correction, select correction. Is that all? Yep, that's all. Alright. And with that, we are done with the thing. Oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention to stable diffusion this entire time. Alright. Quick break between the two. Why is it doing that? I don't understand why it's doing that. Like it's specifically not to do that. Alright, well. So this was DPM SDE, and that's no go. This button. I need to actually push the button. Alright, so this is DPM SDE 2. Oh, we're still a long ways off of where we need to be. And we're also only doing 30 sampling steps, so which is part of the reason why it's not taking as long as it, the other ones did, is because we're only doing 30. I'm more or less going through it out of kind of effective curiosity to see what we turn out of it. I should probably be a little bit more ordered about it, to be honest with you, but like way more ordered about it. All right, so, and then we're gonna preload these guys. It's still a lot to go through. A lot to go through. One of the bummer parts about this is that honestly, that particular tasking I trusted somebody else with, and I kind of I'd mostly kind of assumed that I'm trying to think of how I want to say it, because they probably won't ever hear this particular line of thinking because of the way that things turned out. But I had tried to assume that they would be doing their best. And instead of actually, doing editorial passes and reading through the stuff and trying to figure out what was going on with it, they only did the bare minimum, and not even that. And the bare minimum was basically clean up vulgarity, like go through a clean up vulgarity, do a readability check, pass and make sure that everything's kind of good to go. And what I'm seeing here is, knowing the original content as it was, that it wasn't done. That just wasn't done. It was literally just check boxes. Just check the boxes. move on, check the boxes, move on, because there's too many to. And although part of that's my fault, because the instruction was very specifically, we've got a lot to go through. We got to get through all of them, like now. There wasn't adequate pushback there to justify. There wasn't a like a communication saying, "Hey, I can't keep up with what you're asking here, dude. We got to slow it down." Like, and there's a lot of that goes on. A lot of that goes on with kind of how things worked out. And I've learned, for what it's worth, I've learned a heck of a lot on how to kind of handle, these things in general. Gotta go slower. It's one of those things where, like, where I was at the time, and this is back in November, I was beyond desperate because I couldn't see past the position that I was in. Basically, I couldn't see where I was at, where I needed to kind of fix things, where I needed to work on things, stuff like that. And so I was in no spot to actually do what I was trying to do, which was lead. Not that I dare say not that I don't know how to lead per se or that sort of thing, but rather it's just too monofocused, right? And so it's one of those things where I made a lot of mistakes. Still am making a lot of mistakes, but at least I'm being a little bit less of a jerk while I make those mistakes, right? It's kind of what it goes on with, trying to... Anyway. Trying to thought, right? I'm just all over the place on that sort of thing. Kind of hurts, because what happens next is... Yeah. That said, by no stretch of the imagination is Stellar Dragon Games going to die as a result of me having to change my focus to, a day job. It's gonna take more time. So especially when I start, learning the learning phase of the new job, always takes, like a huge amount of focus and energy. But once it gets back into the rhythm and the routine, then I'll be able to kind of focus back over here. Not that I'm gonna not focus, just we're gonna keep on the 3 per week schedule, and yeah. So where was I at before I interrupted myself? Just trying to think. Okay. That was my spine doing that. But I want to check. Well, it's got my focus here. Go to get the dashboard of Google. So this isn't exactly unhealthy. Just looking at that, because on the 3rd we got 10, and I think that was like that push was specifically because I put out a lot of contact info, and then number 5, 7 drops for a little bit. I don't know why that would be. And then we get back up to 8, and we're back up to 6, and it's doing the wave thing because that's our our release thing. So, and now we're getting more referrals, which is cool, and more organic searches, which is also cool. And then the directs go down because we're basically directs are like we're where we were directly soliciting sort of attention. All right, so let's see. Source analytics. There we go. Search Console. I want to check the Search Console. Now this stuff is actually pretty cool. Like the Search Console is kind of where where your bread and butter is for like how the actual like site's doing. Right, so we can see that we opened up on the 15th, 14th, 15th sort of thing. It was Sunday when we actually first, when we got it, like, everything, the 30 posts put out there. But and then we can see over the past 2 weeks. See if I can do math here. So it's 12. Should have chosen a better day to release just to make the math easier, right? So 19 would be week 1, and then the 26th would be week 2. Saturday, Sunday. That'd be week 2. So we can see that we're already at 38 impressions for the sake of week 2, and then we'll see that those clicks start to go up a little bit here, as long as we maintain, appreciable sort of content ratios and sort of make sure that things are good enough. We won't run into the same problem we did with the previous domain. Plus, also honestly, having it Stellar Dragon Games versus just Stellar Dragons is just makes way more sense, right? Yay! Successfully fixed indexing issues. So mark all those as red. Now, go check, because right now, we can see that for impressions wise, the Barbarian's kind of getting our top, because our press release actually had a Barbarian in there, and I'm gonna have to do a heavy push on the press releases offline probably tonight, maybe later. Product snippets. What does that mean? Don't know what that means. Is that somebody who says product snippets and then they, I don't know. Anyway, so just distraction. Let's see, and then instead. So as you can see, we've got a significant amount that's not indexed, and the reason why we have a significant amount that's not indexed is that's going to be a lot of things that are either got the redirects type stuff, all that, that sort of thing. And then right now we are at 36. This is the other thing that we're checking here right now. So we're at 36 indexing, which there's this one that just does not want to index for some reason. That's concerning. I don't know what that means. When I say that, I mean I don't know what that means specifically about this one. I should probably go and investigate this one to make sure that it's not too terrible directly. So yeah, that's actually what I'm going to do. Because it's possible that this one's particularly terrible. Dragonfire, Dragon Adept, build, Warlock Destruction. Alright, so posts. Dragonfire Adept. Cultist build. Wait, that's not right. Wait, what? URL copy to clipboard. Okay. Whoa, that's an error. Okay, so this is DPM 2M. And her eyes are messy. Weird. Ooh, well, his eyes are little, but they're alright. I like it, except what is going on there? Let's see. This is the enigmatic druid wearing furs. I don't know why, but it's terrible. The fact that it's like a Gucci fur or whatever. All right, the eyes are okay. I mean, it's a little off. But what is going on with that hand? Why is there a floating hand? There's literally a disconnected limb. I mean, I guess it's maybe a mage hand. I don't know what's going on here. It's hands are definitely a bit weird. I mean, the one that's up top though is like not terrible, not fantastic. More of the weird chainmail. I don't know why the chainmail looks like that. Eyes. Didn't do this to flip between the genders for the Scion for some reason. I don't know what's going on with the Psychic Warrior. Alright, let's go with the next one. Because this one has lots and lots and lots of errors. It's pretty good for a lot of ways, but there's a lot of errors in it too. And a lot of errors, like, I'm not sure if it's the build that needs to be fixed, or if it's the, or not build, whatchamacallit that needs to be fixed, although I am going to open that up. Specifically the, pull you up there. All right. So, all right, we're looking at the top here, and we're looking at specifically the prompts. So, we got our prompts here. Looks like it's not word wrapped. All right. So you can see here the prompts that we're using. Actually, I was experimenting with the fantasy Laura, and it didn't really work out here for me. So I'm gonna delete those. The dark fantasy, the Laura's. Like, and again, for some reason, Laura's just as a rule aren't working out for me. They add either too much complication or something. Chainmail, armor on body. Because I am going to change this just a little bit, because there's a persistent error in how it handles it. It wants to put chainmail on their head, which doesn't make any sense. Hopefully that works. That looks a little bit better. All right, so now we're on 2DM SDE Huan. I don't know. Ooh, that's looking better. All right, so we don't actually lose track this time. All right, so let's see. So I was looking at specifically what was going on here with combat scenarios. Communicate with your to use your supportive. So this link is broken, and it was missed during checks, which is probably why it kept on popping off. Yep, so you can see how it's working there. Oh, you can't see that for some reason. Huh. Well, anyway, the one that we were looking at here was the page indexing for this one's been failing a bit, and it kept on bumping off for some reason, and it wouldn't accept it for some reason. And so what the gist is that there was a link that was broken, and so it was immediately going, well, there's a link that's broken, so which in turn is going to hurt our overall credibility for Google and people and all that. Oh, hello there. All right. So, where were we? So, please don't do this right now. All right, so we're moving this process. Ooh, it's actually not looking too bad. Definitely making progress. Definitely making progress. Looking at the Stable Diffusion process. Now I'm actually feeling a little bit happier that we're going through this. Might have to mark that down. Let's see. Well, I need to go take a note on this one because that is actually starting to become relevant here. Gotta take my notes. Yeah, I don't do this song. If I were like 20 years, if I were 20 years younger, I might have that discussion with you, but I'm not, so now it's weird. All right, so TPM plus 2M SDU. Something's with the hand, but still. Ooh, risque. Hand's messed up though. That's not how you're supposed to hold that. Okay. So let's see. I'm just having fun with that. All right. Anyway, ooh, this part. I have been putting this off and putting this off and putting this off, like, for a long time. Now, I can't. By the way, on the model stuff, I can't wait to get to where I'm starting to like do the merge stuff, because basically the goal is to have like a bunch of them. See, and this is how we get like our unique identity and this stuff, right? So we've got our prompts, and then we'll have like where we'll modify our prompts over time, and then we'll like have. Anyway, I've got like some super crazy visions about this stuff that I still haven't been able to make real, despite concerted effort. And it's probably more of me sucking than anything else, if I'm being honest. Well, as such things are. All right, so we are looking at sorry, just looking at that intensely because it's one of those parts that does require some degree of focus. So did we already have an established, so we have our JSON-L production, right? And right, it should be there we are. So you can see how we already have our 1, 2, 3, the 15 there. So we already have all those built out. And so that's our SRD, our stat block information box, right? And so that's that. And then Haley, no, you won't. Because you're gonna say, well, I can draw it. It's like, no, because I can't pay you to draw it. Which means I won't ask you to. Like that's the thing, is that I won't, because I can't pay people to do this thing. I don't have money to. I can't promise to, because I don't know if I'm gonna have money to in general within any reasonable period of time. It's actually frustrating to me, not because of unrequested solicitation. It's frustrating to me because I know I cannot meet the end of the bargain that's trying to be set up there. I can't help you, and I cannot be helped by you because I can't pay you, because things didn't work out that way. See, it's funny how that works, is that effectively, unbeknownst that this person who's basically trying to get money out of me is really rubbing my nose in the fact that I can't do so. As much as I'm about boss and about like that sort of thing, it's true that in order to have the resources to do such a thing, one has to have the resources to do such a thing. Money has to change hands. Well, money hasn't changed enough to come into my hands. Instead, I've just been losing it. So. Let's take a look. See here. See that modification there helped a bit. It's still messy, like it's still really messy, but also she's got like 10 billion hands in her hand. Yeah, though overall, I'm gonna say that the 25A, oh, it's ancestral, so it's gonna be random, or not random, but it's not gonna be as predictable. So I'm just watching the screen, watching the images scroll there. It's, I don't know, it's cathartic for me. All right, so even if it is part of what I've tortured myself with here. All right. I'd make a comment about watching and having a psychotic break on a live stream, but that would be cliche and untrue. Unfortunately, A, I've already had my psychotic break, thanks. And B, more seriously, I'm probably not going to. Is it a strength of character problem or is it a too weak a character problem? I'm not sure. Because sometimes it strikes me as though to allow oneself to break would be more difficult than less. Conversation I had with my grandfather, may he rest in peace, many years ago at this stage. Long and short is he was drunk as a skunk, and so was I. We were sitting drinking red wine. This is when I was living there for a bit of time. He looked at me and he said, Laucivol, obviously, Anon, right? And he said, Laucivol, I really envy your ability to express your emotions without being intoxicated. And he's bawling. He's absolutely torn up. He's even like thinking about the image of his eyes, remembering it just tears me up. Just this man who I've got the beyond the respect. I don't think I'd seen him. No, that's not true. I think I had seen him had seen him break at least a couple of times, right? But these are like major things, like with regards to conversations of loved ones lost, sort of thing, that sort of thing. Certain stories, right? But I hadn't seen him, break in such a manner. And he's like just blurry-eyed, fried out. And he looks at me and goes, I'm envious of your ability to feel emotions. Feel emotions. Now, I didn't interrupt him. I let him speak because it was one of those things where you don't interrupt your elders like this. It's just they're in that space. You let them be, and then see if you can help them at best. But and just accept the compliment at worst, basically, because he's bearing his soul in a way that's just unbearable, right? And so he expresses that to me. It's like I'm envious of your ability to express your emotions. And in the conversation, it wasn't really like too many words or too much. There was volume said in that conversation. There was a volume said in the brief. And I don't remember all the words that were said, but I remember the ideas. And the ideas were amounts to this: is that his entire life, because he raised a family and all that, his entire life, and he was in the army in Korea, right? His entire life, he new season STO. Sorry, life is distracting like that, right? So his entire life, he had to keep himself upright, just and including like with his wife, he had to be spot on because the sort of woman that she is, because she's still alive. And she had just his world. He was literally at one point a yuppie, right? The young urban whatever sort of things, like in a suburban sort of thing, which is great life, right? But he's sitting there telling me how he's envious about how I can feel like I can express my emotions. How I'm willing and capable is his argument, of being able to cry if I feel, right. And it reminds me, it ever presently reminds me of, if you've seen it, Equilibrium, where Prescott, I think is the character's name. I could be wrong, but you got the main character who, like, the world at large, it's a dystopian environment. Long and short, they've got this drug, and I forget the name of it offhand. I need to rewatch that movie again, but you've got this drug that's basically a massive mood suppressant. Like, it basically makes it so that the person does not feel, enabling a person to do some incredible things, like training this thing called gun fu, right, with its gun kata. And it's oh no, it's not gun fu. It's like, that's the I don't know the actual name in the world of it, but it's for the tetragrammaton, which they chose the name ironically, right? But they practice this thing called gun kata, which is basically checking all the potential trajectories and making on-the-fly calculations of all of those physical trajectories, which requires a beyond even hand, mentally speaking, to be able to handle it. Well, the thing is that he ends up, for one reason or another, after his partner accidentally, or not accidentally, after his partner is, he has to kill his partner because his partner stops taking the medication, and so becomes a sense offender because they're now sensing, right, or they're now feeling, right, and so and that becomes a focus for them, right. Well, he ends up missing an interval, and he has to go retrieve and update his interval. In fact, his son catches him and says, go do this thing. And well, it's his little son, and there's story, but there's this scene specifically where, with all that in mind, so he's off his interval for the moment, and he's walking down this in the group. There's like a stairwell, and he's walking down the stairwell with this mass group of people, It reminds me of the stereotypical like Japanese style, sort of organized sort of, you have a mass group of people, because the Japanese are totally, at least stereotypically like such. Whereas, you compare, say, a Manhattan subway or even a subway in Montreal or whatever, it's all chaotic, chaotic, chaotic. Well, there's the stop and they go, well, so they stop and they go down this stairwell, down to wherever they're going. He takes his glove off. So he makes a point of dropping his interval and disposing of it, right? Well, he takes his glove off and he rubs his hand down the banister, and there's just this, I don't know what the word that's to be used there, but there's just this moment, this sublime moment, this beautiful moment. That's, it would be profane to call it ecstatic, or rather, ecstatic's probably the best word for it. It would be profane to call it orgasmic, but that's the sense that I get from it. So ecstatic is the best word for it. Just moment that's in this of him fully realizing the sense of running his hand down a banister. And it's something that, that you and I, like, whoever you are, right? And I, in all likelihood, we take it for granted. This, the feeling of the chair, the feeling of the coffee in my hand, the feeling even of the headset that's on my head, but not just like the sense, right? The actual physical sense of what it's there, but the implication that it has, in an emotional sense. Like the coffee, pick up with the coffee, although it's cold, which means that I have a sense of disgust, a slight sense of disgust that the coffee is cold. I'm annoyed even, but again, feeling an emotion, not just the weight and the heft of it, right? Or the opening it up and that sound, which is actually brings me relief. But the smell of it and the evocation of emotions that go with that, things that we take for granted, he's finally experiencing in that scene. He's finally experiencing that scene. And there's just all, like I said before, ecstatic is the best word. Even the for me, there's a bit of an emotional evocation when I have the lid open, because I can feel the sound of my hand, or the sound of my voice through my hand, because it gets inside here and it resonates inside the chamber there in the open air. I can actually feel how much coffee is in there or not. And if I didn't have these noise canceling headphones on, I could actually hear the resonance change, and that in turn has emotionally evocative senses too, of being, being in a cave or whatever. And there's emotions that are tied to all that, which in turn ties back to memory. So anyway, sorry for going on and on about that line of thinking, but the cool part is that he's having that moment, and I think that there's at least one other person there who's doing so as well. Which at least one other person who's doing so as well, which is kind of interesting. You also see him like accidentally like push into somebody a little bit as he's doing this, and she reacts with some degree of emotion. That it's kind of like a lot of little details in this one scene, which is, by the way, why I love the scene, the movie itself, Equilibrium. I wish that there could be more, but I'm also glad that there's not, because that universe itself is almost sacred in a manner for me. But anyway, so this ties back to the memory, speaking about emotional and tied and the emotional charged memories. This ties back to the memory with my grandfather, like I said, who was telling me, oh, well, I envy your ability to have emotions. And it's like, well, now, and I mean, honestly, now I'm in this space where I have to respect emotions. I've been taught that I have to respect the presence of emotions, even if they get in the way sometimes. And I get to equilibrium, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. So this is what he was trying to say in a manner. Because not that he had the words or the where, like, the way to pull it out necessarily, but that particular conversation has really had a huge shaping effect on my entire life. I do wish that I could. Well, it's one of those wishes that are in vain, just purely in vain, because I do wish that I could speak with the man again and let him know just how impactful that was. So, see, and there's the emotions being evoked, which in turn itself, it leads to a swell of pride, because here I am, living the life I am, and as hard as it can be sometimes, I still have that sense, because I've cultivated it, and it's been a hard row to try and cultivate the sense of maintaining self, in such a manner, and maintaining the ability to kind of perceive and act on it, like not act on, but like perceive and, shall we say, enjoying, and even as far as enjoy the emotions for what they are. Because it seems to be that one can be sad for only so much, right? Or beaten up or broken down or injured for so much before that becomes boring or the norm. But that's the challenge, is making sure that both of those, both the positive and the negative, in equal measure, stay not overwhelming, become no longer overwhelming, but fresh. To live each day at a time, right? Which, again, I'm not by any stretch saying I'm great at the thought process at all. I'm not going, oh yeah, no, I've got this unlocked. No, I don't. If I did, I wouldn't be in the situation, the pickle that I'm in. But anyway, enough of my pontificating, I think. Let's get back to work. Literally for a sip of coffee. All right, so actually one more sip of coffee. What? Look, it's coffee, all right? It should probably be something healthier, but I functionally I live on coffee at this point. I stop drinking coffee, my heart will stop beating or something. That's a terrible thing I just said. All right. Eyes are kind of messy, unacceptably so. I don't like this one. This is too disjointed. I don't like it. I don't like the sound. All right. Let's see. Yeah, this one's hands are a bit messy. It's cool that it went with that though. The hands are still ish. All right, may I have something like that at one point? Oh, but this hand's proved me wrong. I said no. I said chainmail on body, not on head. Why is she? Don't listen. All right. I'm gonna add that to the chainmail on head. Stop putting chainmail. No, not Champlin. Not chainmail. Chainmail on head. No more chainmail on head. I don't want to see more chainmail on head. I know I just tainted my thing. All right, Euler A, which I know the general idea of what Euler A ends up getting me. And I've got the general idea what Euler A gets me. I feel like I'm missing some important detail to try and make it so that it doesn't do these things. But all right, it's one of those things where my entire existence at this point is just I'm just so close on everything. On everything. And yet, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. So, all right. Bad framing. But then again, Euler A, so it's gonna do what it's gonna do, right? It does what it wants. Some of them are looking pretty good. I don't know. I mean, I did make some changes. See, because the things I think that some of the things I put in automatically are summoned by using their critical terms, and I'm not sure which ones they are. I'm not sure what the terms are. I've got quite a few things running right now, so there's a possibility that like some of these textual inversions I have are literally invoking themselves without me knowing. So that's a possibility. All right, continuing with the actual task at hand, because I keep on putting it off because this is a huge task. All right, so let's go to the top because I think I defined it already, didn't I? So JSON-L, right? Notice how I went, okay, well, we're going to check and make sure we've got the JSON-L generated. Because again, I don't want to work on this task. I don't want to work on this task. All right, so it is, right now though, it is 4.1 is the generate stat blocks. All right, so for So I need to find submode 1, right? I said 4.1. Well, that's not gonna help me much. What I really need to do is I need to be like submode 9991 or that's what I really need to do. So I can do. All right, so I just gave myself a new project so I don't have to work on the thing I don't want to work on. Let's see. Let's see. 04. Oops. 9990. It's 2 without a script. Those are legacy actions, actually. All right, let's see Euler A. Wow, it got real close on certain ones of them. Oh. I don't know why, but her wearing that mask is pretty neat. I don't know what's happening with her hands. I said chainmail on head. Well, at least she didn't have chainmail on her head. I don't know why that's what they want to do, but that's what they want to do. I'm not even complaining. All right, so this Euler A. Euler A is again, they're ancestral, which means that they're not as deterministic. They're still pretty deterministic, so I kind of already knew what I was going to get from it. Mm. 99.5. All right. If not follow up. Okay. Mode is 1. 1. One, 2. Four, 2. Nine, 1. Three. 0, 4. 0. New. All right. 0. 1, 2. 3. 4. 5 and 6. And 7. 2 0. 2 1. 2. Oh no. Wait. Sub mode 1, so it's mode 2. So yeah, it's 2 2 3 2 3 4. Never said that the code stuff was going to be super fascinating. Oh my goodness, interesting. All right, so 4 0 and 4 1 and 0 and 4 6. Those are and then 4. That's where we're actually generating the JSON by the way. Wow, that took a lot less time than I thought it was going to. As I said, as there's more. 996. So this is the actually it's almost done. Or not. Let's see. 1 0. 0. I don't know how to classify that. That's not classified. 0 4. First prompt, we're specifically asking for JSON format unless the class or the source. Okay. 0 and then let's try to see exceptions. That's what. Oh my goodness, what the heck did I do here? I'm not even gonna bother marking that one. I don't know what I did. I don't know why I did that, and I didn't comment it properly. Oh, I did comment it properly. As these are known to be body segment sections. Oh. Okay. So the previous, just to reiterate that, the previous scenarios that we had set up, we had basically in body sections kind of for how our materials were all intertied. Long and short is so they'd basically be Trello cards that would come in separate body sections, and then those body sections would have to be knit together. But this is the point where we're building out those body sections. So no go on hands. This is just straight Euler. Oh my goodness, yeah, Euler is just bad. So I did the thing I was trying to do there to help organize myself a little bit. Right, so now if I do 5 and then I do 4 2, so 4 1, generate the stat blocks. Is there only the one existence of 4 1? Ew. Let's see. Stat blocks for free stage for comment. Intent. And then we get the information for it. Check something quickly here. Okay. Don't need that open. Where are we looking at? Sorry, just distracted looking at something because something was looking weird on one of my streams. Oh, I'll deal with it later. Alright, so this is process is going. Let's go back over to my article order stuff. So wow, I kept no focus. And see, like I said, I've been putting off this one for a while yet. All right, so let's see. We just have the 141 call, so that's done there. And then we go down through here. If mode, and that's, where are we? Yeah, we're pretty far down. This is the fetching information stuff. So then, just by the very nature of it, we end up going down through here, follow one up. Oh, and this is the recursive section for like the builds of all that stuff. Actually, what you can't see is that I'm like pointing my hand at the screen and tracking it down on the side there. See, mode 1. So this is the actual like built-in mode. This is the 6. This is the one that's actually creating the JSON-L. But 4.1, mode 4, mode 4, mode 4, mode 4.1 doesn't have anything special about it right now. Because it's goes mode 4, or if outer counter is that, yeah, like outer counter, so. And then mode 4, yeah, sure, we're mode 4. Nope. All right, so mode 4, drop down to, so mode 4. Okay, nope. For mode 4, we don't go in there. So we're mode 4, yes. Okay. So is it submode 4? 04? No, it's not submode 0. It's not submode 0. So it's submode 2. So we skip past this. So else, and so formatted response is now parse assistance response. So where was formatted response defined, or let's see, formatted response is being defined here. Where is assistance response defined? Assistance response is being defined here, and that is where we reach out and where we've done all this work on setting up the config GPT model, the config GPT mode. And so now we see it's weird. Anyway. GPT model, GPT mode. Okay. And that is again for 2. And for 2, chuda. For 2 is, that's the upload statistics. That's not for 2. Wait a second, yeah. It's for 1. But even then, for 1 is still not shown here, so it's still right about with the way that works. All right, so what we need to see from here then is so for 1, which we've been working substantially on, uses article statblock gen and path glossary, what we're working on, and which is again what we want, and specifically GPT mode completions. So, oof, well, crud. Because like the only thing that changes between 4.1 and this modifier that we want to do is literally one variable, which is going to be the GPT mode completions. Except because now completions is what is the endpoint that we're using here. So let's see, this is the send prompt to assistant. Oh, let's take a second to look at, so LMS. Eyes are a no straight away. Eyes are a no. Whatever's going on with the sword though. Crazy eyes. Oh my goodness. Broken. You know what? I mean, they don't really get the idea. Well, I kind of get the idea of a bard. Yeah, not too bad. Why it shows it go that way with it. I don't know what's happening there. It's kind of trippy though. Like, I know it's not supposed to be like that, and also her hands are completely jacked. But with like what she's doing with her hand, with her hair, it's becoming a wand. Like, that's actually pretty cool to me. Again, the eyes are completely jacked. It didn't pay even a little tiny bit about my point about the don't put the bloody chainmail on the head. No chainmail on head. Stop it. Get some help. All right, so LMS is no good. Now, Hune, I have hope for because SDE Hune was actually really good, and I don't see. I know that these are terms. I know that they mean things. I have no idea what they mean. So, all right. So back to what we were working on. Ow. Well, my eyes just got seared. Make sure I save that before I move on. Let me see. It was actually not what I meant to click on. See, this says nothing, and I think there's a configuration issue there. I have to spend some time troubleshooting, but I have other priorities. I want to go to analytics because analytics has a little fun bar, which when the site becomes more alive, we'll say, oh wow. I mean, like when the site becomes more alive and I see these bars, like, oh, like there's all these bars. The bars mean something, right? Yes, yes, they do. They probably don't mean what you think they mean, though. No one's recently visited here. I'm sad. Be real time. Anyway. See, like I was saying earlier, when you first open a site, the numbers are really like, oh my goodness, it's 150% up. Yes, that's 30 people. Let's see. This disturbs me that there's 7 that found their way to the page not found thing. Canada. Referrals, 19,000%. Or not 19,000, 1,900. Start talking about overstate. It's a big number. Like at that point in time, it's bigger number than I have the idea. Anyway. So here's what we'll do. Actually, did I copy that over? Here, give me a sec. I need to check something over here quickly. No, I didn't copy that over. I figured out how to make slideshows in OBS rather than doing it in other ways. So slideshows are fun. Right? Everybody likes slideshows, right? Right? Okay. Now, it shouldn't break everything. Just most things. Don't mind me. That almost looked like a, what's her name from freaking, what's it called? Almost a Black Hole Sun. Black Lagoon. Seriously. Anyway, since we're currently not doing too much on the site stuff, and I want to give you guys at least something. I mean, we're doing site stuff, right? But, do that. You get to look at the images scrolling past as we're working on the other stuff. So, because basically what we're working on right now, and the majority of what we're looking on right now, is we're working on the stable diffusion stuff, which you can see the gist of what you need to see for like the actual output in the bottom left. So we're working on that stuff. And then the other thing we're working on, and the Trello actually is where it needs to be, is because we can see like we're actually working on these guys, but right now we're actually working on the specific process. Oh, yeah, the specific process. Oh, not that one. Did we not do that? No, I just checked it. So yes, we did. we actually did get the batch file updated, right? So, oh man, I still need to do the image generation for the glossaries for all these guys, which I'm kind of working on to a certain extent as well, which is kind of what's going on with the there's so the thing with the stable diffusion is that my primary focus is to basically make it to where I can make profile pictures that we can then put up, and then like make stickers out of and like do cool stuff with them, that sort of thing. But I have to be proud of the work. I have to look at it and go, I am happy that our name, not just my name, but that our name, that Stellar Dragon Games, that our name is on this thing. I am happy with this. And some of them I am. Some of them I am, honestly. Some of them I am. But a lot of them I'm not really thrilled about. A lot of them I'm kind of like, yeah, but this should be better. A lot of them I'm like, this is, not quite up to snuff. It's not where we need it to be. And so, well, I'm happy to like share my process, right? I'm happy to go, hey, here's the stuff I'm working on. I'm not happy to say that this is our work. Like, it's got to be the space where I can go, this is ours. Where we can say this is ours, right? There we go. I had to go and put the thing where it needed to be there, which is the work in progress tag, because I want to emphasize, like, I was just like, what is that, right? All right, so let's take a look at where we're at with this. Not to complete it again. Eyes for Human are already kind of looking ish. Weapons are meh. I stand corrected though. Dagger got it right, although they're doing a weird mix between male and female. I'm not liking it. Strange fingers. What stranger fingers have I seen before? This one feels like it's missing the difference between men and women completely and utterly. Ooh, that one looks like she got pushed the face. Yeah, not digging Human. And it's still ignoring my point. Do not appreciate being ignored, computer. Alright. Next up is DPM2. And I wish that I had more research about this stuff. See, like, that one's pretty cool. They're not all bad. There's actually, like I had said a couple of times, there's actually a bunch of them that are really, really, really good. Really good, where it's like, no, this is good. What's going to end up happening is that process-wise, I basically just added another layer where from our generative stuff, I got to go through and find stuff that I really, really think is good, and then like parse it back, and then work with it that way. And and then put it before the guys, and then have them like look over at the stuff and see what's good, what's not good, from their opinion, and then we can kind of go from there. The problem is that I wanted to be able to use our existing imagery base for this, and we've got like a stock of like kind of cut images, but they're neat and all in some cases, but they're not really great. They're not really like, we could do it, where we could put them on there. But it just, speaking about feelings from earlier, it just doesn't feel right to do that for some of this stuff, right? Not because of, oh, there's this, there's that, there's these, oh, how dare you use whatever. All that heavy-handed virtue signaling type quasi-morality when it comes down to leveraging LLMs and leveraging diffusion type visual image generations, right? Generators. All of that moralizing aside, and it's false moralizing as far as I'm concerned, because it just doesn't make sense. Bottom line, I don't care. Don't at me anymore about this thing. I do not care. The fact of the matter is that it's not immoral to utilize derivative works. Full stop, bar none. This a matter of settled policy, settled ethical calculus, settled. It's settled. Unless you can specifically point, and this again, unless you can specifically point to specific things where it's directly stealing from. All this, oh well, it's no more than the human eye does itself. So let's not. But that doesn't mean that we should accept crap work. And that doesn't mean that we should accept just because it's, it was easy to generate that it's oh well, it's acceptable. I will admit that for my first go, I was just so enamored with the development of the technology that I did exactly that, and it was because it was just, oh my goodness, the technology's, oh wow, look at this thing. But the honeymoon period is over. And so now it's all right, well, let's make this thing do it right. Effectively, if certain people are going to be irrational, let's put it this way, the goal becomes increasingly, let's justify the fear that these particular folks are have about it. And that's not out of meanness. It's just more of a like, no, there's this fear, it's gonna be really, really awesome. Let's make it really, really awesome then. So I was specifically looking for something. There I was looking here, and it was in profile pictures, and then it's upscale. Actually, I'm going to rename this file. Upscale complete. Shoot. I think that this is the actual accepted folder. I'm going to move it up a level. 63 megs. Cancel. Okay. So I need to go to upscale, accepted, Control A, Control C, back, Control new. Wait, Control N didn't. Oh, whoopsie. That did not do what that launched new instances, not made new folders. Duly noted. Great folder. All right. Upscale. Sorry. Upscale accepted. Because we basically need to get those folders assigned. And so what I'm going to do, the reason why I did that is I'm going to actually change. And just because I want to have it on, basically what I'm doing here is I want to have that slideshow. I'm going to modify it. If I do this, it's going to be annoying for me. Can I make it so that shit, Tucky. Yeah, it'll be fine. All right, add directory. Other locations, file, data files, on my website, folder, Dragons thing. All right, and then to the images, and then to the profile pictures thing, which is what I was just doing. Upscale accepted. Select. There. So those, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I want to have them kind of flow in there, because I want to see them sitting there, are the ones that I called good enough. Now, some of them probably need more editorial, because they basically got upscaled, and those are the ones that I called good enough, because then they need to be modified kind of further. I like that one a lot. That's another cool one, the ninja. What? right, let's check out these guys. Eyes are okay. Eyes are not okay. It disregarded the scalar thing. Love you here. Yeah. Ow, that looks painful. Like whatever's going on with his thumb, that looks painful. All right, DPM2 is a no. DPM2 ancestral though. Well, that might be right. But again, right now I'm just kind of like trying to look through and see if there's one that specifically calls me. And I noted actually, there's a specific one. So we're doing DPM2 egg or ancestral. I need to like read that material. There's like a document that I was reading that had like a lot of really good information about it because it was actual like information I could work with, right? And so the funny thing is that these is 121 pictures in this group, right? And the funny part about that is that it's 121 out of like what I did, and I do say I because it was primarily me that was running, or it was me that was running the image search, for since November, and the total number of pictures that we had to deal with, I think it was like honestly like a good few thousand. Like it was a large number. No, it was sorry, it wasn't a good few thousand. It was just shy of 1,000 is what it was. And I had Div kind of like crop them down to like be profile picture bite size, right? And so he gave me a whole bunch of them that were there, and I, to my chagrin, like to my personal chagrin, I think there was a whole bunch where it's like the eyes are wrong. Like the ones we're looking at the upscaled version of it, like or no, even before we're looking at the upscaled version of it, like just looking at the at the cropped in version of it, it's like the eyes are wrong. And this is from DALL-E, so I'm like, and I have to admit, I was naive on the matter, like it's totally naive. I'm like, this stuff's great looking, it looks awesome, this is cool, it's fantastic, and I'm looking over it and I'm going like with the cropped in, like what I should have been doing anyway, and I'm going, what is this? Why are the eyes like this? Why is the thing bent this way? Like, I had some that were, I had some in the initial that had like a person had an extra leg, and it was like, okay, well, we can modify to try and fix it around. But it's like I'm looking at it and it's going, my goodness, there are some good ones, there are some bangers, there are some really awesome ones involving people, like the Scald one, for example, or the ones that are just silhouettes, like that one that's on the screen there now. But or like the Barbarians, the Barbarians came out freaking sweet. I had to fight with DALL-E for Barbarians too, by the way. I did not have to fight with DALL-E about animals though, so like the rhino here, because with Barbarians, like it's like, oh well, you use the word savage, like the savage tundra, or it's another one, like savagely tears or whatever, or a savage fighter, like, and it goes, no, absolutely not. We can't use the word savage. It's like, well, no, I'm saying that the person's either acting in a savage manner, which is a good, fine, fair word, or it's the savage, untamed plains, like the wilderness is savage, right? Like I'm using the terms like that. I'm not going, those savages, those natives, right? Those, the pejorative that's trying to take. It's, by the way, and it still strikes me as absolutely hilarious. All right, member of our team is particularly of native stock, American native stock, right? And of course, I'm playing that card. I've got native friends all over the place, or whatever. No one cares. But the thing is that and I say that, by the way, I say no one cares with respect, because it's just to be clear about that. It's actually meant in a respectful manner. Weirdly enough, because it's their own take. Like, and it's the spot where if you talk to the majority, the vast majority. Now you've got your loud squeaky wheels for sure, and you have that in any group. But the vast majority, Who cares? No, really, who cares? If you can't engage or take that sort of terminology, then you're doing something wrong yourself. Now, I will point this out that most people that are going to be offended by this sort of talk, this sort of honest, gregarious talk, aren't going to be the people who should be offended by it. It's going to be the people who have no skin in the game personally on the matter, which shows something about the nature of that argument. Now, if I were talking with somebody and I were to go, you're savage people or whatever, well, it's uncouth. You don't do that. It's just not the thing you do. But if it comes up in a kind of an observational conversation sort of piece, please. Like just what do you want from me? Like it's not the sort of thing where we should care about. There are things we should care about. There are fights that we should have, like fights that we should have doggedly. There are hills to die on. These old terms, as it were, in that manner, curtailing them from usage of languages and from descriptive language is not one of those things that's permissible, as far as I'm concerned. Why? Well, you got me backed in the corner. 1984. Simple as newspeak. Newspeak is the problem. Because when you start redefining these phrases like this and dropping them to the floor, you forget what they mean. And when you forget what they mean, what happens next? Nothing good. Nothing good. Like the fidelity of all of it just goes away. And it's a fair warning. If we go this road, we will not like the ramifications, except we won't have a choice in liking the ramifications or not. And yet here we are. And again, I'm not talking politics here. I'm talking practical. I'm talking practical ramifications. When when businesses say, you can say this or not. By direct ramifications. Well, it's not a safe phrase. I'm talking with an AI. It's not a safe phrase. You can't say stuff like that. So, all right. Speaking of apparently what AI thinking barbarians, dapper barbarians look like, I guess. I don't know what's going on with this one. That knight's pretty cool though. All right, which one are you? I mean, you got a little off with some of it. The eyes are a bit off, but that's okay. Very off. Framing is wrong. I mean, it's not precisely a dagger, and the fingers are a bit off, but that's okay. I don't want to know what he's doing with his back to us. Oh no. Give the guy his privacy, right? Let's see. Yeah, man, that's looking pretty neat. Well, that's alluring. Okay, the eyes are off. Probably because it's getting in a fight about male masculine, which in turn is why you have really, really weird hands here. Although, yeah, no. If the bloody thing wasn't screwed up, if the framing wasn't screwed up, that would be actually pretty awesome. She lost a couple of fingers, apparently. Not like her though. It's making progress. Oh, the eyes. But I am gonna note this one as being interesting. Let's see. GPM 2A. All right. Now, I actually saw a bunch as I was kind of like looking through. How does it say? Cleave I. Civit AI. Civ.ai. And when I get legitimately happy about like my output, I will actually start post. Like I will start posting there as well. Just because it's one of those things where I have spent much of my life, honestly, generally lurking and generally being. I mean, if I call it for what it is, right? I have to call it for what it is. Generally being a leech. Um, you know, because the thing is that I have I have prided myself in being able to find the answers to anything that I would seek. And I'm honestly, if I do say so, pretty damn good at finding it. Sometimes it takes more or less time. Sometimes it takes more patience or less patience. But I've gotten pretty damn good at finding it. About finding the things that I seek, searching for, but like the entire thing that I'm supposed to be working on, right? Which I will get it done today, or at least mostly done today, or at least partially done today. At least I'll get some more work done on it. The thing is that I can find what I'm looking for, and the Python script that's there on the left side of the screen, like legitimately, I can find what I'm looking for. I can discover the answers to the questions I seek, utilizing some pretty old techniques of searching at this stage. Because there's applying Boolean logic to the searches. I mean, way back when, like the training for search, like there was training for searching, and there was some practical application of it specifically in context of of the Dewey Decimal type thing, right? And I mean I'm dating myself here. I know the Dewey. Well, I can't say present tense because I haven't used it a long while, but I know the Dewey, or at least knew the Dewey Decimal System, like pretty well because you'd always find me as a kid in a library, going through and doing that. I'm just speaking about emotional responses, like I'm thinking about the smell of the old books and all that stuff. But anyway, so point is that I would I would always be there for this sort of thing, and you'd get good just by practice on how to search. Kids these days know. More seriously though, the skill set that we're talking about here is, I don't want to say it's dead, but it's definitely not where it needs to be. Like definitely not where it needs to be. Um, it's not, and it's conditionally it's the sort of thing where I really like. It's concerning because I mean it's the sort of thing where like here's this code block stuff, this code stuff, and like would I call it easy what I did there for me? And again, I would say, is it easy ostensibly? Is it easy for what? For me, was it easy for me to get together the stuff utilizing and leveraging my various tools? It was painstaking. It was there was a lot of effort to it. I did use a fair amount of a lot of that's cool. He's got a knife arm. A lot of GPT, direct aid on that stuff. Which hey, can't fault me for using my tools, right? It's no more than you can fault somebody, a painter for using a paintbrush. Honestly, this one's came out like, okay, so this is obviously like what the heck is going on here? Like this is clearly wrong, right? But this one has potential. This one has potential. I don't know. This one's like literally the eyes are. It's like what happened to you, but this one actually has potential. Like it's not exactly what I asked for. In fact, actually, it's pretty much not what I asked for. But she's not trying to grab onto it. She's got her hands with her, so it's not like it's not terrible in that regards. I'm not sure what's happening there though. Like, yeah. Okay. That went to weird places. Oh, the eyes are a bit weird. Ooh, not looking bad. And it's woman expected. All right, it's a man. Cool. Okay, so I said no chainmail, or I said chainmail on head is a negative prompt. At least they did that for her. But the dude, like a freaking symbiote, like chainmail jumping on his face. Yeah, no. Also, that's supposed to be a dude. Um, All right. I am going to annotate that one because that one's actually not overall not too shabby. So I see why people use DPM fast. DPM fast. Because yeah. All right. DPM adaptive. Now DPM adaptive I'm familiar with. Because I really kind of glommed onto the idea of the adaptive because like, well, it could take longer, and I'm like, that's good. I want it to take longer. I want it to work harder. But there were some issues with like how it came out in and of itself that were really driving me up the walls. So okay. Next up. Elephant. All right. Tiger man tiger. Maybe I should make a man spider. Like have it make a man spider. You know, a la Spider-Man. When he became the mutation turned him into a ginormous spider. No. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I still don't want to work on it. I still don't want to work on this. All right, so batch placeholders. So what I know is that the difference between the two is that one for 4.1 and 4.3. And what I will do is, yeah, okay, so I'm going to go up to here. I hate the fact that I'm doing this. Submode 3 : Control V. Oops, that's the wrong thing. And copy. With batch mode. With completions. All right, so 4.1. All right. For 3. Submode in 1, 3. Simple matter is that the rules between 4.1 and 4.3 are the same. The only, or at least at this point, it may need more touch down here in how it handles. But realistically speaking, it should run through each one that's in the JSON or. Sorry, just trying to think of what one. So this is getting the HTML content that we already have. So 4.3 doesn't actually even need that. It doesn't need the same thing. It actually does not need super equal. It does not need. So elif submode is equal to 3. So we actually just trying to think. Because the thing is, I did actually change everything by this. Because like this guy here, where are we? Like this guy here, who is we can't do this as a card operation, can we? No, why would we do it as a card operation? No, seriously, why would we do this as a card operation? Because we're doing it purely as a operation with a JSON-L. Like the JSON-L itself just needs to be submitted to, like the JSON-L itself just needs to be submitted to in this format. It needs to be submitted to the thing. So if mode is equal to 999, LF mode is equal to 4. If submode to mode 4 and submode is equal to 3. String or not $. For 3 upload and I don't want to have it uploaded every time. Shoot. Just trying to think of a way I want to handle this, because should I automatically upload at the end of the generation? I should. No, I really should. Like the generation should finish off and then I should upload. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, the one problem is that effectively, why it has to be her is because it's stat block. And yeah, it has to be stat block because the stat block here is I should actually add this as an overarching flag to the other ones, but that'll be a later problem, a later me problem. I can't see, I know that there's gonna be a need for the flex eventually. I just can't spend the time doing that flex thing right now. Because that's why we end up in this space. Part of why we end up in this space is I end up like allowing myself, or I've ended up allowing myself to like go, ooh, that needs to get done, ooh, that needs to get done. And it's true, it does need to get done, and all the little small stuff does need to get done. But I've burnt so much time on it. So much time on it. Anyway, especially with stuff like this. Why then should I do this batch stuff considering what happens over the course of the next week? One might ask. Because since my focus will be whatever my work is, my new day job, I'll be able to in the morning start the batches and come back to it in the evening, or perhaps during lunch to get a look at it. See, that's the goal that we're looking at here. So that's where we're at with this. That's what we're trying to do, and that's why it's important to get this done, because if I can't actively work on it, right, and I still need this content done, well, why shouldn't I, do it like that? That's the importance about getting batch stuff done here. Plus, also it's cheaper, like way cheaper, like half as much. So, let's see, for stat blocks, and it'll also force me to slow down a little bit on certain areas as well. So, which all of these things are important. All right, so what I have determined though is that we need to go back here, delete all that, save it, and then we need to move all of these, the new guys there, which are going to be my first one on the stat block. It was a pun, cutting block. Anyway, I tried way too hard for that joke. So these guys get back over here. And let me guess, did I? I did. I closed all of that research. That's cool. All right. So all right. Excuse me. Let me see. So what did I need to do here? Ah, yes. No, not GPT. Oh, Google. Ew. And so the gist that I get here is that we want to do them in smaller batches. So, like we want to do them in large enough batches, right? But we want to do them in like, yeah, it says up to 50,000 requests, right? And 100 megas in size. Now, the thing is that it's half price regardless of which way I do it. So I can aggregate all of the doing math. Sorry, give a sec. 150, we'll say. That's probably more or less, but 150, right? I can batch them all together in 150. And give them off and hope that they get done in time, because there's a 24-hour window, right? Or, and this is far more realistic, and this avoids the mistake that I made earlier. Or I can do them in smaller batches and then be able to adjust a bit each time. That's the thing. And like I said before, it'll get me to slow down as opposed to what I did last time. Because that was one of my big mistakes. I didn't slow down. All right, so Pardon me being quiet. There's a loud noise outside, so better to spare your ears. Although it looks like my noise canceling is actually killing it, but better safe than sorry. Now, where did I put? There's a specific thing for this. And there was a way to find it. I found before. It had like a really, really good step-by-step. Honestly, a really good step-by-step like, walkthrough. Just one of the things. No. One of the things that was like a really, really good one, and I don't remember. I didn't, of course, have the wherewithal to either. GPT. Not ChatGPT. Open it now. Batch. Wasn't the FAQ? Was it getting started or the overview? Oh no, when I'll see it. Yeah, I think this is the right one. All right, so we've got our batch file prepared. Truth is that the batch file preparation is down here. Here. So that goes through all the cards that are there and does the thing. And then writes the file. And then it breaks before invoking GPT from the while loop, and then goes 4 down to the bottom, breaks, let's see, and then at a certain point, okay, and then then at the end of that loop, when the cards are all exhausted, is where we'll want to follow up. So if mode is equal to 999 and submode is equal to U6. And then that's 996, just to make it easier for myself in the future and harder for myself right now. I do think I did this wrong. That's there. No, don't do that. Why you do? Let me see what happens if I do this. Thank you. And Control V. Thank you. No. Well, screw you too then, mate. I don't know what I'm doing. All right. I win. Middle finger. All right. So, anyway, wait, where's my? Where'd it go? Where did it go away? Okay. Oh, our stable diffusion is down from the last one. I don't know about that hand. Why is there like matrixy in there? Like I do like my matrix references, but that's a bit far, don't you think? Right. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of this one. Well, that's cool with the eye. Let's see, that's DPM adaptive. And this is like I said before, this is one that I really generally liked. It's like I can't put it on her head, so I'm gonna put it on her mace. And it was, it's got issues, got bad issues. See, whereas I've already seen several that are better. What is a restart? Let's see. Maybe I need to because the thing is that the DPM or the DPM, the sampling method is just so far it's proving to be the linchpin that I've been missing for 2 weeks. I was so ambitious, and this is the nature of me, right? Is so ambitious. I'm like, oh yeah, it'll take me a week that I'll get it where it's good enough. And I kind of started to, but then it lost it just on Friday it just stopped working. I started doing crazy stuff and all that, and it may have been because that's where I started experimenting on the sampling method. It's like using different brushes or something like that, Anyway, back to using, or speaking of brushes, maybe Python's not the best brush to use for what I'm trying to use it for here. Anyway, what was I doing? I was looking at batch. All right, so I need to. There we go. That's what I was messing around with. So here's the thing. Do I want to do... Yeah, I do. Mostly because it's a direct function of the API, and although I do believe I have it loaded here in the main program, yeah, I see from OpenAI, and I am directly invoking the client here for the API. The fact of the matter is that I would much rather do this. Also, I feel like that's the wrong one. Let us see. GPT handler, send prompt, so GPT handler. GPT handler. Dot. Upload file. Not self. I am faced again with this conundrum. And I should definitely go back to my config file and add a config for this. And then refer to the config as I should. As opposed to this. I mean, or I could just do this. Anyway, listening to the music and watching the pictures go by. Is that done? No, it's not done yet. All right. Let me see. So that would generate and upload the batch file. Question is, do I test it right now? Well, no time like the present, considering what I did accidentally earlier. All right. Let's see. Ow. All right. I am gonna start though. I am gonna take the second instead of just straight going off the handle. I do want to try and work this or set this workflow a little bit more up before I do. All right. So send prompt to assistant. Mode equals threads. Do the threads thing, which is my default. If mode is equal to completions, do the completions thing, which is now my current usage, and is way simpler than the threads. Let's see. And in fact, actually, basically, like so simpler. It's ridiculously simpler. Because the thing is that you have all this like threads, like you're talking with it, right? Bloody. Completions is just like do this thing, and it responds to you like immediately. Okay, so yeah. So okay. You can use the input file object ID. Oh. So batch input file. Okay, I see now. So I need somewhere to store that. Also, I should have that instead. Leave it as W, which is override. Because like the thing is that this is a temporary file. Let's see. I gotta take a pause for a second there. We will return. Oh, I didn't push the right button there. Yeah, well, that happens. All right, let's go back to what we were doing. I shouldn't have bothered to take that call. All right, let's see. Not all calls are worth your own time. Looks like that stable diffusion mode to yourself now. All right. Pretty neat. Don't really know what's going on there, but okay. Don't like the framing, but don't like that weirdness. I don't know why that one keeps on doing that. Well, why? Wonky, like super wonky. Which one is it? Restart. Some interesting things going on there. Not perfect. Although I'm gonna say no to restart because like there's a lot that are completely cut off. Eyes go a little bit weird in certain areas. Just the body with or just the armor like by itself isn't what we're asking for. And the fact that it also disregarded the chainmail request. So okay. Now DDIM. We are almost done running through the list I have available here. That's pretty cool. All right, well, let's take a look. Where are we at? Should I get something quickly? All right, so we're working on this. All right. So now we have the GPT here. Let's see, the batch ID equals. I need to figure out what to do with this because I've got this batch ID. I've ran through my list. I'm now uploading that file, and I've got my batch, batch file ID, which is what I need to ultimately run the batch. Do I want a breakpoint here? I mean, do I absolutely need a breakpoint here? Or do I proceed with the easy option of just creating the batch just now? Like just boop, go, make your batch. I think that I should not. I think that I should save the batch file ID somewhere. And if there's anyone who's a professional programmer out there who does this stuff for a living, I'm about to offend all the sensibilities, and I know I am. Because I'm basically dropping a file in my working directory, not bothering with any weirdness there, because it's just me working on it. And by weirdness, I mean like, encrypting the file, protecting the file information, blah, 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 all that good stuff, right? I should do it a certain way. I know I should do it a certain way because I have an understanding of what I should do. I also know that I'm not going to be bothered because for this particular implementation, I'm the one who's using it. So now I'm going to regret everything I do in like a year or so, right? Because I won't have a clue. But no, actually, I will have a clue because I actually do a fair amount of prompting or fair amount of note taking. So, all right. So let's see if I recall it correctly. It's with open. Can they stop making that noise out there? I'd greatly appreciate it. Like, greatly appreciate it. All right, let's see. It's like I can feel it through the. It's the garbage. You know, this one's the garbage, folks. So it's literally like that's how that works, right? All right, so. WS file, which actually is rewriting a previous file, but that's just not what we want. Also, oops, that I did is not okay. I did just botch because this needs to be A, because it's the one that's writing it every single time there, and so that needs to add. And then, unironically, like what ends up happening here is I want to no. Bad. All right, so with open. Okay, so now with open file batch file ID, sure, .jsnl, because no, I don't need it to be JSON-L. Don't need it to be JSON-L. I just need it to be ID. Okay. Oh, that's ready. So this is DDIM. So far, I missed the male and masculine part. Okay. Right. Hands, nope. Hands, nope. Hands, eyes, nope. Oh, not that bad. Lady, I don't know what you're doing there, but put that hand down slowly. Nope. Yeah, no, we're gonna call a no on this one. I mean, it got some of my normal ones that are good, but it also botched them kind of in their own way. Alright. Now we are on to PLMS. Alright. So now So now what I've done here, though, is that I've implicitly put the onus of providing our material, our information, the batch file ID, on whoever's reaching out to me. I don't know if I should do it that way. Okay, no, I got you. All right. Now I gave it a header of sorts. Technically speaking, I should probably like break this off. I'm not gonna think it that hard. I want to think it that hard. I'm not gonna think it that hard. Because basically we pull file batch file ID. Why does it keep on pinging me there? Question is, do I Okay, so here we've written our batch file ID. And so now we've completed that process. We wrote it down. We did our thing, we wrote it down. So now we need to figure out, are we gonna pull it here? Or are we going to... There's a whole bunch of questions that trying to do this bring up. This is why I've been putting it off, because there's like, I'm looking at it going, oh, this is simple. But as soon as I start, as soon as it's like, okay, cool, this is simple. And now we've got our batch file, right? And now it's like, okay, well, then I'll just copy this here. Well, now I've got to make sure I have my ID right, or else everything breaks. Why are you trying to... Bad computer. Anyway. And then so now we know, like, if we have our client, right? Oops, I just broke something. So batch input file ID. So I was patched batch input file or batch file ID. Do I need that? Oh no. They don't just return to me a... They return to me an entire file. Okay. Input file. And batch file ID equals batch input file.id, because apparently whatever they've given me is maybe a JSON-L, maybe I don't know what they gave me. I know that they gave me a file of some sort that apparently I need to let's see, file open. That's my batch, but it's a variable. Thinking about it. I've been up to it for 4 hours now. Jeez. Maybe I should take a break. Ah, silly. Alright, let's see. Fingers, but improvement. Fingers still, but again, improvement. I don't want to know what's going on with his eyes. The eyes are beyond wrong. What is even going on here? Okay. I don't know why, but it's like that slash gets her face or something. It's really neat. But no, I am gonna say no on PLMS. You need PC, eh? Well, so far there's like 3 of them that I've got kind of marked in my head as being returned to for sampling. Because basically the next step is to, on the ones that on the short list, is to go back and do like 100 iteratives on them, just to see if they do better or if they do worse, that sort of thing. So that sort of thing. So it's yeah. So now so now what we have here is this creates the batch. Which will return a metadata about the batch. So now this one, batch info, that. now I've got batch info file JSON, which I think is going to look something like this as well, because they do .id to pull out the ID. I think that they want me to do it kind of as a one go from what I'm reading here. I don't want to do it as a one go. That's the problem. I really don't. I don't want to push the button and then like immediately puts in the batch, right? Because the problem with that is that then I don't get the chance to examine, what's being sent. And what if there's like a miscommunication on one of them or whatever? If it doesn't get all the data it's supposed to get. Well, wait a second. Let me look here. So this is using variables, web slug, right? Variables, system prompt. And so it's going through all of them on that. What data am I sending them? And so this is 996. Obviously there's that one. And I'm sending them scraped content. So I aggregate all the info from the cards there, and if I don't do it right, there's an error. I'm not gonna lie. I think that I should, considering how this is done, I think that I should immediately go around and send it, because I'm gonna get a, well, I mean, so I'm just really, really torn about how I want to handle this, because it's the flow of it right now, that the way I want to do it is I want to go, and I can show you on the Trello, right? Where I want to go is we run the glossary review, and it knocks it over to generate stat blocks, and then I run the stat blocks, which is what we're currently set up as. Even though I said I did it, and then I undid it, but this 996, which is what I'm looking at right now, I want 996 to do its thing, and then I want to look at it. This will be generate stat blocks, and then I want to do a 4.3. So here's the thing: is that so the previous section I did all the grab, and can I be confident of the quality of material I've gotten? So I've uploaded it already. Fresh as a daisy. None of it's being generated by generative AI. All of it is being grabbed by and as strings being stuffed into JSON into JSON-L. And it has been uploaded already. I don't need to do my variations on it, like to do all the checks that I was doing before, because I can be confident that my output will be my output, right? No, because the thing is that my output's going to be all over the place. So it's because I know that they might not be in order. Yeah, I'm gonna do another one on that one. I liked it. I like this one. Like, if I weren't like bound by using the outer tone, which they're doing, some of them I like, some of them I don't, but I would totally just start running in the direction of with this group band and stuff, because I like that. I love it. I love it. I am gonna play that one again now. Just it got me. It got me where I needed to be. You know, it's one of those that song got me where I needed to be. Am I still? Better be. I better not be off my rails, because if I am again, I'm gonna be annoyed. Well, this is outer tones, which in turn means that's fine. What song is that? Let's. Whatever, man. If they want to ding me on it, I'm saying, look at these guys, they're awesome. So I don't care. Oopsie. Like I said, I hope that doesn't get dinged, but it does say outer tone on there, and props to. So, all right. Oh, geez, this is. Oof. Because like, thing is that basically what ends up happening with how this process works out is that because it's the batches, I get these out of sequenced, messy JSON-L file rather. It'll have a it'll output it as a JSON-L like this. Ew. I rambled on about it when I was reading this earlier. But now that I'm getting to the brass tacks, actual direct implementation of it. Ew. No wonder that they're like, yeah, we'll charge you half for this because you'll have to do like 10 times as much work as opposed to our service-oriented formats. And you have to wait longer. You know, you get worse service, worse options to deal with the stuff. Like everything's worse. Suck it up, Buttercup. If you want your half off price. Effectively what they've done here is they basically made it so that you have to work way harder to get that half price thing than it first appears. Like if you built your thing around one and you want to tool it or retool it to use the other, it's not fun. And I think they did that on purpose. My personal opinion, honestly, about OpenAI is not very good. To the point of where I actually want to like run away from using their infrastructure. But I'm kind of stuck in it for the moment. For a number of reasons. So, but honestly, I want to get to like seeing about setting up my own, and I might just. Is that a lizard or like a crawfish on our face with like a blind eye? Yeah, that's the right response, dude. Ew. Right, interesting enough. Like, I don't know why he's got daggers at every angled edge, but all right, cool. Weird. Just need to check in something quickly. I am waiting for some more information about something. All right. Let's see. So this is the UniPC. Which crystal ones I'll give are pretty good, but not quite. All right, so now we're on LCM, which is our last one in the list. Ooh, wow, we actually got through all of them. I mean, I guess that's when you're, clicking through. Okay, immediately different than the rest of them. Immediately different than the rest of them. And kind of cool, honestly. I might just use it already. All right, so back to what I was working on.
did we fade like footprints in the sand? Maybe someday you'll help me understand. Are you okay? I cannot ever forget that sunny day we first met.
All right, so now we have where we're returned. Let's see, where are we? We're not far enough further. So now we're up here where we're trying to instigate the batch. So now we've instigated the batch, which in turn should return something. All right, so completions mode, which we've tested and they work pretty good, or work well enough, I should say. And then, yeah, ultimately return batch and then return batch info. Then batch info is this guy. And then, so now I need to go batch info equals, and then what? With open batch info JSON. Okay.
I know I'm moving my head, the memories won't stop playing back, and I want
Wow, that right.
mess and let go and forget what you said.
Batch info.
Stop replaying the night you walked away. I can't
Print batch. Yes, that's how the print command works. Yes. Print batch. Oh. Hopefully I got that right. It's like this is the spot where the batch is started. Oh man, this is insane. All right, let's go with this. Let's just kind of change it up a little bit. Actually, I'm about to go play a game or something. Honestly, I don't dislike them. Actually, I really don't dislike them. Honestly, I may have found it. I mean, that's weird, but I may have found it. I mean, the hands there are a little I got the gender wrong then. So I said the 2MSD 1000 steps, no, 100 steps. Bruh. I don't want it to take 2 years. Alright, so now we're doing 100 steps. It's going to take a bit longer to do them, but that's the point. Alright. And now what? So where are we on this thing? So we... Okay, I need to go up to the top and just rerun my source, because that should be all I need. Source. Okay, cool. Now, Python. Earthworm builder 999. Oh, wrong one. 4, 6, 8, 6. So we modified it where it would upload it, supposedly. Import. What? Okay then. Apparently it broke. Dependencies. What are you talking about, Willis? I broke it. All right, terminal, new terminal. I broke something bad, like real bad. Let's see, LS builder. All right, so I'm just trying to think of how to handle this. Let's go with source builder. Okay. Slash in. Slash activate. Okay. Let's see if I can convince it to play along. Oh. Command that found for pip. Deactivate. Well, that's fun. It worked. Let's just rebuild the entire thing. Because whatever I did, it was real bad. Real bad indeed. And I know what I did. I changed the name of the file structure. So yeah, that broke stuff. That broke a lot of stuff. Shiny. All right, so now let's try that again, where I didn't break all my dependencies. Oops. But what? GPT module line 132. You say? What? Why you no break? Oh, I'm insane. Return none. That's a fair. That's fair, interpreter. That's what. Now it's broken. Oh my. Fetching cards from list. Cool. JSON decode. Where are you? 974. If I see that right. 970. $974 is this. What do you mean 974? Oh, in JSON. It's fair. What? Oh no, okay. Line 1326, you say? Because something I had to change in the back end probably broke everything. Like everything. 1326 is gonna be main. And then Trello get card from list, so it immediately breaks because of a modification I had to make. Because of something I screwed up on. Ah, crap. This is gonna take a little bit to fix. And it's not something I can show you. Because the nature of what I did. Go down here. Yep. And I don't know how to fix it. I don't remember actually how to fix it. Like I set it up, right? This is gonna be the silliest part about this, is I set up something so long ago, like something so integral to like everything that I had to change just now in the back, that I don't remember. I don't remember how to do it. And I'm not going to talk about which thing it is, because it's kind of one of those, sort of things, right? Like that's how integral it is to everything. Let me see. Oh, that's not how you do that. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let me see if I can figure it out. Nope, that's not there. It is. Nope, it's profile stuff. That is not the right token, I can tell you that. Which is good, because I just said the thing I was thinking. This music totally has like my headspace just 100%. It's like it's like panic, 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 panic. No, let's see what happens. Probably won't work. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, it didn't work. What did I do? What did I do? Hmm. Well, that's trippy. You can see my mouse movement without seeing what I'm doing. Which means that if you're really savvy, you can figure out what I'm doing by kind of guessing a piece of information. Like there's a scant bit of, there's like some information that if you tried real hard, and I mean like really hard, you could figure out what I'm doing and possibly gather the information from what I'm doing, which is trippy. I mean, it's one of those ones where it's like, I mean, look, let me be honest with you. If you go to that effort, if you're that bad of an actor and you go through that effort, I'm not gonna lie. There's nothing I can stop you from doing. Like there's just not, and I'm not even gonna pretend to try at that stage. Let's see. What am I missing? 'Cause I screwed something up here. Let's try this way.
I feel like I will never have the answers. I like this trying to pick through the clouds. The sun, it goes so warm, I want to cry. Oh, I see you standing there in the shadows. You'll never understand how much I need you. The darkness is where I stood long ago. Take my hand and then run away. We'll be one with the stars tonight.
Oh, they changed. Oh. Now I know where I'm at. Okay. Okay, now I know where I'm at. So now I need to delete. Okay, now I know where I'm at. Oh, crap.
This world has something that I have to find. Ignites the fire deep inside my mind. Determination in my heart. Oh, I wanna reconnect in the right way. I
Let's see if that works. Okay. Well, I just broke everything, and I broke it badly. You can see here. This is like critical infrastructure level broken. And here I was thinking I was gonna go play a video game for a couple of hours. I mean, I could still, but let's see.
Morning sunshine.
Hmm. Oh, biscuit. I didn't know that changing that was going to be so traumatic. Oops. Well, it's one of those things where, like, there's no. Effectively, I don't have a backup because of what happened in the situation that required me to do the thing I did. Um,
Good morning sunshine.
there we go. I think I found it.
Good morning sunshine.
Oh, jeez, that was. Oh my goodness, that was bad. That was bad because, like, basically, I accidentally flipped the around something with that y'all aren't supposed to know. And so I had to quickly revoke it so that in case somebody came through and found out information they weren't supposed to know, well, I didn't get it bite me in the backside. I made a mistake, okay, when I was opening stuff up. All right, so this is 100 at the two. I need to figure out a good way to do this. syntax. And I need to open up downloads. Interesting. Not save or something. Oh, because it's complaining because I can't, because it's not an HTTPS connection. Fair enough. No. I don't know if this will work. Uploads. Not that you can see it, but basically only do 10 uploads at a time, so do 10 uploads at a time. BPM 2A. Oh, that's. Oh. Because then from here we'll find out, like, kind of from our base of the RPG v5, we'll find out what really captures the essence of what we're looking for, and then we'll be able to take our mix and start applying it against that, because we'll now have baselines that we know work for us, right? At least that's the hypothetical. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's a process, right? 5 hours already. Goodness gracious. Okay. Updating my guys on some of the details. Proceed. All right. Anyway. That one already looks pretty good. Hopefully it does well. I don't know if it will or not. That's going to take a while for that to run. Ooh, darn it. Well. Maybe one of these days I will be a vendor at Gen Con. Alright, let's see. Anyway, I just saw something that horrified me. I think I've had enough internet for the day. Anyway, let's see. There's 21%. So we were looking at this. So we end up in a space where something broke. Cool. Okay, let's go ahead and look here. I have a feeling that the problem here is that I use the one ticks. All right. It must be JSON-L, which means that I probably made a mistake here. Because I used singular ticks in oh bloody else. What all did I break? What? Okay. I don't know if that's what I need to do. Just wanted to test it. All right, so. Now we're going to comment these out because I know what the error is, but I need to spend time fixing the error. Like I know what the error. I mean, I obviously know what the error is. Like, let's refresh it. Let's find out. Okay. You see how those are dots, or how those are single dashes? That's the problem. Oh. I swear I have that set for the irony. And nothing more. Alright, let's go ahead and leverage a little bit more of the GPT on this guy. Also, the fact that one of GPT's default answers there is about the Rome, a fun fact about the Roman Empire. I don't appreciate the sentiment that they're talking about here. I don't appreciate it. Because they did that on purpose. I know they did. Let's see. So, but before we use GPT, let's go ahead and ask a question to conventional search engines. Contain quotes. Let's see. Python save. I was talking about earlier about my search capabilities, right? I may as well, flex, right? Or get completely and utterly owned by whoever, right? But all right, let's see. Python save JSON, save exact format of dictionary with double quotes. JSON. Didn't I do that earlier? I thought I tried JSON dumps. Seriously, I thought I tried JSON dumps. And it errored at me. It like spat at me. It was like, no, you suck. I don't want to do this. I mean, I could remember wrong, but I would have sworn I tried JSON dumps. It's just like, nope, you don't want to do that. I'm not letting you. JSON dumps. They told you it spat at me. Okay. Interesting. So is that the case? You lied to me, random person on the internet. Oh. Maybe you didn't lie to me. I mean, look, I'm still stalling for time. No problem. That was a pretty nice one. I actually liked that. She's and the pondering the sphere globe thing was pretty neat. So it's saying that the object of type set, the type set is not JSON serializable. What the heck does that mean? Type set. Type set, a set of items. But isn't it a... It's not a set though, it's a dictionary. Even before somebody says a dictionary is a type of set, you Nimrod. Yeah.
There's something in the water. I feel it taking over me. It's slowly getting harder to breathe, to breathe, to breathe.
This is not a set though. No, seriously, it's not a set. It's... Am I doing something wrong as as far as a JSON setup is concerned? No. Wait. Oh no. It dies. Okay. That doesn't work. I see what's going on now. watch, it's gonna work. Because the thing is that I had it where before I was trying to make it a string, or what? Oh no, I was trying to make it a string, a formatted string with the, I don't know if that's what F stands for, but like basically that format type string, right? And so what I was trying to do was I was trying to hold it in that string, and so I was using that formatting type, right? Which was bad. Shoot. Wow, that's a fair amount of text. And it's all on one line. What am I doing? Oh, that, okay. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong way. No. Yes. Well, I don't accidentally them into start again. That was bad. All right, 3 cards in the list. So, I'm going to let those run. Let's check in on this dude. Ooh, neat. Did I just go dyslexic on myself? Like with words? It's file dot right. Yeah, I did. I went dyslexic on words. Like word order. I mean, at least it's like these like the words as a whole. I'll get them out of order, not the letters, which is bad. It's bad either way. Especially when we were doing like coding stuff. Ugh. Which is fine too, as well. That's another one I like. I really like the dark elf gal. I like her. All right. So here's the thing: is that if I turn off word wrap, it should be like 30 lines, and it's not going to be 30 lines. It's going to be 1 line. So I can tell you already that this is bad. Because like it should almost immediately be 5 lines in it. So it's not dealing with my new line entry as well as I wish it were. You see, did I really close the thing I was looking at? I did. That was stupid. Reopen close tab. And then The writeLines method writes a list of strings to the file server by a new line character. So with open, comma A as file jumps I'm gonna need to check something here earlier as well. But I gotta let it run a full run to check this. Because there's something wrong here. This says I should be able to do like string plus I plus. Oh. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So someone needs to take a break. Someone's not gonna take a break, but someone needs to take a break. I know how to do line breaks. Honest, I do. Why isn't it working? It's Laucivol. You're out of fuel, mentally and physically at this point. You're barely operational. Oh, hey, it's done. You probably need to go take a break and go play a video game, like I said. Do like that hat though, but no. The rest of these are too generally messed up to be usable. Yeah. Alright, let me update my notes. Alright, one thing that's weird is that these are all doing... No, I mean, they all did it with the circles, though. Very weird indeed. Alright, where are we at? Okay, I'm seeing some potential there. This is DPM fast. Again, the thing is that DPM fast, like, apparently a lot of people I've seen, like, they have them, they used them for some really good images, so... And maybe the answer to our question. Now, what comes next after that, you know, where I'm saying whatever I'm saying about them, well, we'll see. You know. But ideas. Ideas. All right. So now, if we go back over here, that should be well done. It is. All right, now these are looking like the way they need to look like. All right. Now, the funny part is that I need to do it over again, where I have deleted all of them again. And then back here. Go back to the top of this one. Just because it's still within like the license, 'cause it's still just playing it's still on the outer tone, but it went off to other ones because we're at 5.5 hours, so that's like the length of the thing. So it's still within the bounds as I understand it, but it started to go off into the other ones, and honestly, the other ones want to go a little bit too heavy on the on the bassy type stuff. So, all right. So, what was I doing? Ah, yes. Okay. And that I'm actually gonna print that as well. Because that's the sort of thing where I could very well break things in a manner I don't mean to by doing the thing I'm doing. So, like, there could be consequences, which we want to avoid. All right, so what this is doing, by the way, is that it's gathering the information from the target site, and then it's from our site, actually, from our specific resources. And then it's uploading them or putting them into this guy here. It's going to go through all the cards first that are on the list. So the idea would basically be that I take groups of 5 and I put them through as I get them done. And it errored. File type is not JSON serializable. So, shoot. Did exactly what I was afraid I was going to do. So it didn't actually give me. I am now cursing up a storm in terms of dealing with these people. Because like because they so I have to give them exactly the format that they want, right? Because otherwise they'll kick it back, which is fair. But they don't give me a good format. They don't give me a JSON serializable format. They give me garbage. Honestly. And so now I have a file that exists in their system, which I think they're charging me for, by the way. Right, so Because basically what I'm gonna have to do now, right? So because it's JSON-L. Oh, because it's JSON. All right, it's fine. All right. We're gonna go here. Actually, gonna go back here. I'm gonna change this. Save. I don't care. And then I'm gonna have to it. Rename it to not be JSON-L, or not be JSON, because all right, because that's the information that I need from it to be in that file, and that's pretty easy actually. That's simple as file.write. That's why I had it print, because I have a file that name that exists now, and so .id means that now I am back to where I was in my line of thinking, where this is merely this. Like, I'm sending them the ID. And you know what? Honestly, I'm going to stick with it. I'm just going to stick with it. I'm just going to stick where it writes the ID to the file, or just the ID to the file. I don't know where they're getting from saying why they said here file.id. Like this is a valid statement right here, that batch input file.id. That's not the format that we got from them. Like, this is not what is this? This is a file object. A file object. What's a file object? Something that they just arbitrarily define. Actually, I don't know about that. I actually do not know if I'm whistling Dixie here. I could be completely wrong. I mean, it could be an industry standard for all I actually know. Like, because I don't know the industry that I'm playing in right now. And I do say the word playing. Because I am... Well, I'm having fun with it all. Let's see. So now it writes that. And incidentally, it should be an overwrite. Now we're back up here. So they have the file. Okay. Now I need to reach out to them. And then this should be a JSON. Right? We'll research a batch object. Oof. With metadata about your batch. Because the part that's really, really troublesome, honestly, is that when I get done with getting them to run the batch, which I can do right now. Is a batch input file, by the way, at this point in time, will get me the specific information that I need. It should, at least. As long as I change this to not JSON. And then I think this one actually needs JSON dot and I know I just saw it and I'm insane. JSON dot dump. input and then file. Input, so it's input and then file. Also, what am I smoking? It's supposed to be like that, isn't it? Wow. As file. But so with bench of as file, batch input file equals file dot read. System prompt equals stat. User prompt equals that. Batch info, send the batch info input file, excuse me, to there, and then we should have another file there. So this is for 3, and then it ends because that starts the batch, tells us the batch info, and then the next item that we need is the status check. And that was the question: is do I want to have it do I want to run it and then just have it do the status check itself, or until the cows come home? Which means I should actually have this process in here. Because I should. Well, that's how I handled it before, and I don't see a problem with it now. So, batch info. And then after we done that, the gist of that should work for us though. So now we've opened a file and we've written our information, right? And there's an entire reason why we've done that up there. The reason why we did it up there was so we would have it recorded. Because effectively I want to be able to, just in case things break, we have that information. Right? So if I see this right, client batches retrieve. Well, it's self that client. Client batches retrieve. Is that right? Cool. Batch objects not JSON. Because like if I look at this, if I go file object, which is what I got from that one. The file object, not the file name to be uploaded. That was not the response I got, by the way. I got a completely different. I got a file object and then garbage response, which is irritating. I mean, look, okay. So you get file object ID equals bytes created by it's absolute nonsense what I got from them. Or is that just because I did a print off of it? I mean, those would be normal quotes, but are you done? Oh, you're done. Okay. This is DPM fast, which I have pretty high hopes for. Partially disappointed. Ah! Yeah, they weren't really disappointing. They're not perfect. They definitely need work. But they're not completely disappointing. So I am actually going to call that one a win. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Actually, it's too soon for me to do that. Need to wait until the last one gets gets done before I can do judgment calls on them. But from what I saw earlier, honestly, so this is LCM that's running right now, and LCM impressed me. Pretty much so when we did our did our 20 steps, so I doubt it's going to disappoint me here. I don't know if it's going to outpace everything. I already see it making an error, but still. The one thing that I am noticing though is that the eyes are still kind of getting ish, but it's just limited to the actual eye holes, right? So it's I can work with that. I can work with that. I mean, I need to now learn how to apparently do eyes, but like fix eyes, but figure it out. All right. Today is Tuesday, right? Okay. All right, anyway. Where were we at? We were not looking at this. We were looking at the code base, right? And what we saw, what we were trying to cross verify was this. So now we have the space where the batch is being sent out, and we need to confirm that the batch is doing the thing that we expect it to do, or that it's in process. So that means we need to go back to the reference, and we need to look at, hope that this thing actually gives me usable bloody files, right? All right, so that reads from there. All right, so now we got JSON dumps, and I'm gonna do file.write. Let's see, batch info backup. And the reason why I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do another one for the JSON dumps. JSON dump rather, is because I don't have warm and fuzzies, and this one, I mean, yeah, I've got it printing, right? I've got it printing, so I'll be able to gather it from there, but I also want to be able to check it in the file. Because I have a feeling they're going to play the same shisty stuff on me again. And if that's the case, well, be unhappy. But that means try, right? Right? Try JSON dump. Not really sure how try works. I've used it a lot. I don't really fully understand it because I've been using a lot of cut sheet stuff too. So I never claimed that I was like a super master of this stuff, just that I work with it, that I play with it. And I have an understanding of it. Not a great understanding, but an understanding of it. All right, so I need to set polling interval to a big number. Where did I do this? Polling interval is what? The number of where are we? Time sleep polling interval. That's how many seconds it's sleeping. Gosh darn it, for whatever reason it's not loading. Sleep. Oh, bleh, I hate you. For mocking me like that. Sleep, what's that? Alright, so right. I'm gonna just deal with it in seconds. I'm not gonna bother with trying to do weird anything else from there. All right, so calc. So remind me, what is 60 seconds? So let's see, there are 60 minutes in an hour. 60 seconds. So 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds. Right? Am I doing this right? Because 10 minutes is 600. And 6 is 36. Wow, I'm awake. Okay. Like as soon as I pulled up the calculator, I'm like, wait a second. I know this math offhand. Gosh darn it. Someone clearly needs a lot more sleep. All right, so he's not getting it, by the way. Equals 3,600. So basically, it polls every hour. And reports in seconds because I can't be bothered. All right, so assuming that we pull the all right, run status equals self.client.batches.retrieve. Okay. And then if it gives me completed, yes, run complete after, break. If it gives me failed or expired, status failed, do not try that again. And then this doesn't work that way, but we're gonna try it. 6 hours? Oh, wow. Okay, so how do I get the... let's see. You also return a batch object. So it returns a batch object with a status. How do I interpret a batch object, though? See, that's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. Or how do I persistently save a batch object? You know, between... Oh, well, I'm gonna go with it, and I'm gonna try and figure this out. I'm not comfortable with what I'm about to do, though, but that's all right. All right, so... Run status, self, client, batches, retrieve, batchinfo.id. If run status dot status equals completed, let me break. I think it should be. If I understand how this works, because the previous one says .id for their whatever format, and then no, that's not right. At least it's maybe it is right, because like this is like file xyz123. Where are we getting file xyz123 from? Well, it's the file name that's there, but which means that we now need to redefine batch ID. No, we need to batch info equals self.client run to batch info. And if batch info.status is equal to completed, batch info status. Because like the thing is that batch infos are like, that's how we update it, because it says you can check the status of batch anytime, which will also return a batch object. So that is basically from this, we're going, hey, what's the batch look like? And it's like the batch info is that you're currently completed. Oh, okay, cool. So now we know that our batch info is got our required output file information, and then content equals output that output file ID. Problem is, I don't know if I'm trying to retrieve that correctly, and yeah. Because then it should return content. And then we should turn this is actually content. And then the problem is that now I need to design without having the full content, like without knowing all the formatting and all that stuff. Now I need to figure out what I need to do with it. I'm gonna go down here. It's like I was about to say, do you remember when I said, but y'all wouldn't have had a chance to remember when he's saying this. But there was a point where I made a point about saying how a bunch of the stuff I really needed to consider kicking out to a separate function. And so here we are. But the thing is, I already kind of did, because JSON module is our let's see, parse response JSON module. JSON module parse response. So here's the thing: is that this stuff doesn't help me right here. If formatted response is equal to none, crap it broke. Well, that doesn't like. It's the sort of thing because this is based upon a singular response circumstances, right? So if we're getting a singular response, and trying to have a conversation more or less because we're using threads. Well, now we actually need to go to the end cap section. Because now, after this is done, oh, jeez, it is late in the day. All right, anyway. So there's a problem here. Is that we most assuredly don't want to do that because we have line over line all the entries there, or at least hopefully all of the entries there. There may be some missing. We don't know. We have no idea at this point, and this is the problem that we're at, is we don't actually know for sure what those respond. I mean, I know what they tell us it's going to respond, right? But they're like, okay, well, here's retrieve the results and you'll get this. Well, I have set my custom ID. See, one thing I don't like about how they handle this, and this gets me back to that ramble, is like, note that the output line may not match the input line order. Can you not do basic validation on your side of things? I am paying you for this service, right? And use the custom ID, which again, that's fair. No, that's fair. And actually, I was going to be using the custom ID anyway. But then it's like, error will have their files error information. So that means that I not only cannot know the order, but I cannot know the amount of lines in the file. Okay. And I cannot know if you completely met my request or if you failed at my request. Of my batch request. That is irritating. No, I'm not gonna lie. That is actually irritating. Also, does that mean I botched something there? Because, like, if each one of them has a... Oh, shoot. Because the custom ID can't be the same across the board. And I did 5 of each of them. Shoot. Do something here quickly now that I realize an error I made. I could either quickly write up a script to remove it, or I could just log into the page and go remove it that way. I could find it. Right. I go to. Okay, that's a problem. Huge problem. I thought that I had to have. Okay. Okay, never mind. I was concerned because I thought that I'd set things up. Well, okay, yeah. It's pay as you go, so that's good. I mean, it's bad, but it's good. I'm kind of glad they changed it that way, but kind of also sad they changed it that way too. Okay. Where was I before I scared the crap out of myself? All right, so we're actually not doing that. We're not doing 999, are we? What's going on here? I don't know what I just did. Oh yeah, okay. So the file part, I did actually make a mistake on, because they need to have identifiers to them. So that's it does complicate it a little bit, but it also doesn't, because if I basically let's see, it's all the way back down here. Where are we? There we go. Variables, web slug. Wait. There's a. That doesn't make sense. Why would the web slug? Wouldn't ship the web slug? Did I make a mistake? Am I seeing things? Why? See. Yeah, those are all. They all say unmovable, guardian, unyielding. Right. Because if it's by the web slug, if it's by the web slug, then it's gonna be. Yeah, it makes sense now. If it's by the web slug, yeah, it's not gonna be what we need it to be. I mean, I don't know if this is how this works, but we're gonna try it. Plus. Did I record? Let's see. Zero, one. No. There's no 0. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay. No, wait. Need to be prepared for something specifically. 0, 1, 0, 5. Shoot. That took way too long for me to sneeze. Those need to be strings, not numerals. Because I need to say 0, 1, 0, because I need to basically be able to do -2 from what I'm about to do. So levels, all right. Of I know, but all right. Wait. Oh, wait. 0, just in case it gets evoked, which it shouldn't, but levels of outer counter. Because basically what'll end up happening is, so outer counter starts as 1, which means it'll go at 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, and it'll add 2 numerals to the end. All right, let's check. Let us check this out. Fail. From module import while true, syntax expected except or finally block. That's the try in GPT module for sure. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. Finally. Do stuff. Did you think dump would work here? Alrighty. I think that's the right way to do it. I have cards to look at. Let's see. That looks interesting. I mean, what the hands check out. floating knife, and the hand is trying to check out. Baller. Madame. Loving it. Eyes are a bit weird, but alright. Okay. I don't know, but okay. No, okay. I mean, seriously, okay. Like, I'm not really digging the plasticky feel there, and the eyes in this one are a little bit off, but we're definitely making progress. Ooh, ooh, pretty. Look, all right. Thanks. I appreciate you turning your back on me. Can I not have all this stuff in my? Yes, I guess I don't go. I like the fact she's like leaning forward, but cool. Actually, it is cool. Not really what I expect for a druid, but I'll accept it. How have we been doing with the male-female ratio? Male, female. Again, I'm not really like digging the last key, but I am digging. I'm digging the sense of it. Yeah. All right. All right. Cool. Cool. You know what? I said no chainmail on your head. Also, this is supposed to be the male one, but that's fine. Not sure. Creepy vibes. I love it. Yeah, LCM is freaking. I need to do some work on certain bits for sure. Oh, wrong one. I need to do some work on it for sure, but LCM is totally where it's at. All right. Yeah, I don't know why, but I mean, LCM seems to be doing it. Although apparently the previous one was asking too much for the system. You do a reboot or something. Clear the cache of it. Also, 100 might be overdoing it. Anyway, all right. So back to the coding thing. Oh. Let's see, where are we at? Yeah, look at that. You know, 35, 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 1, 5, 10, 15, 20. Cool. So now we know that we can remove 1, 5, 10, 15, and 20, or rather we can remove the last 2 digits in the name and then find the related item and then do them from order on that. So there is an assumption there, though, that we get our full order, which is potentially delirious, but maybe we can work with or what we can get, right? What the heck just happened there? Your baseline was looking pretty neat there, buddy. I don't know why you went so crazy. Ooh. All right, fair enough. Don't go too far, all right? You went too far. Ooh. No, you missed the point there. We need to see your face. Okay, I think I did find an error though. Yep. Damn it. Oh no, how many did I accidentally? Well, crap. How many did it? Oh. Pardon my language. Oh no. Well, oh no. All right, so there's this tool, all right, called Action. All right. In Actiona, is somewhere. Where are you, Actiona? Which repository do you live in? Uh-oh. Is in the AUR. It's a little bit risky and all that stuff, right? There. Judge me if you will. I'm using Action. Because I accidentally created like a bunch, or uploaded a bunch of these things, these copies of these files while I wasn't paying attention. So because it should, when it does after it does its thing in the article builder, and it will from now on, it should just say nope, we're done. One run, like one run through, and we are done. Oops. Return false. Only you can prevent spam. We don't break off here on this call. It'll keep going. All right, so now action now. Where's my action now? Where are you? Where are you, Actiona? Why is it not showing up there? Oh. Ah, no, it's time to go soon. So much fun. Terminator. Actiona. Not found. But I installed it. Am I misremembering and I just downloaded the wrong thing? Need to push the button, I guess. Find out. Pardon my making everything flick. Hopefully not making a mistake again like I did earlier. Let's see. I am remembering right. Talking about computer. Shoot. See, one of the things I like about XFCE or XCFE, whatever this bloody thing is, XFCE, is that it's really good at allowing really quick recoveries. So it may not always perfectly recover, to be fair. Immediately, automatically, just perfectly recover. It may not always perfectly recover. But what it does do is it does allow a quick recovery. So, like, I screwed something up here and how things are set up, right? I accidentally caused the thing to go off or whatever. It's a pretty quick recovery. It's not like instantaneous, but that's okay. I don't want necessarily instantaneous, just quick. Like, I don't mind if it fails, just as long as I can quickly go and then fix it. Like, if it's a quick fix, whatever, man. Whereas with I almost said bash. With plasma, I would have still been floundering around trying to find the right thing because it would have gotten really jumbled up when I pushed the button. This one is just the screen kind of was in a not quite the right spot. I mean, point is, world of a difference between the two. Also, bounce. Overcast outside. Whoa, what is that? Probably not what I'm looking for, but then again, it's close. Actually, honestly, yes, it is what I'm looking for. That is neat. All right. What was I looking at though? So. Yeah. Yes. What? Why you no show up? Action. Where are you, Action now? Now, honestly, it's one of those things where it's brought to my point that the viability or how easy it is to use the AUR in Manjaro is a concern, and it totally is. Honestly, it's one of those things where it's too convenient. And like the one blocker that they put in the way, it's not much of a blocker. All right. Not really, but and the hand's still kind of messed up. But hey, you know what? Still kind of overall, it's gonna be good because the eyes aren't like completely wrong, right? A little off, but they're not completely wrong. This is the mix between. That's interesting. Cool. Action should be ready to go now. Yay, action. I like action. Yeah, you can check once per day. But why are you not dark mode? Settings. Language, show the loading screen. Reopen last open script, actions. Okay. Why are you bright and hurting my eyes? Ow. Oh, seriously, why is this like this? Why are you like this? I don't see that you should be like this. That's some pretty gnarly wind out there. Neat. See, I got about like 3 more minutes before I need to get moving. Yeah, why are you bright? Actually, oh well. Well, anyway, I need to move you so that you're not on my main screen blinding me, I guess. But now, let's go over here. Click. Delete. Click delete. Don't click delete. Close without save. Click here. Yes. Yes. Okay. Click here. Too fast. Group setting. 500 millisecond. Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening. Me, Galileo. Oh, alright. And script settings. Cool. What are you doing? Is that where you should be clicking? You should be clicking there. It does not want to play along. Means I have to deal with it on the bright screen. Wait, I'm out of time, aren't I? Ah, crud. Click here. Oh, that is. What about over here? And if not, then I'm gonna have to go to the other computer and do this. Not that you guys can see what I'm doing right now. Yep. All right. Well, for whatever reason, action not want to work. Well, and in any case, I have to get moving. It has been fun, and for anyone who has watched this or anyone who watched this, cheers. Fun. All that jazz.